Okay, everybody, time to start again. Abby's got a few words before we start.
All right, folks, as you're taking your seats, I just wanted to say thank you for your feedback. Can we bring the mix music down in the house? Thank you. For those of you that are interested, we do have a Tech Ops Training Summit play mix. If you want the mix of the music, we have that available as well. Because it is about fun, right? Because when you're having fun, your creative juices are flowing, you think differently, and etc. So I just wanted to like do a quick check because many of you gave feedback and we're grateful for it. So folks, can we get seated? So the temperature in the room was a concern. Who thinks it's cold in here? Raise your hand. Yeah, so our wonderful host from Marriott, Mohammed, was in here and just put a couple more logs on the fire, and he's going to come check on us in about 20 minutes to see if the warm-up plan worked. Some other things that were identified as needing work was we didn't introduce people in the room. So I know that Pat and Jim have got a gigantic agenda for you. And so what we're going to do is kind of strangely at the end of the day, we'll go around and do introductions at the table groups. I'm really sorry about that. We got like into a momentum this morning and we missed that. So please accept my apologies. And I think for safety briefing, I think that was a request of where are the emergency locations. So in the event of a tornado, we're going to go next door. Okay, I really don't think there's going to be a tornado this week because my local Oklahoma people would have looked at me like, but so I think we're good. Yeah, there could be an earthquake, but we're good. So in the event of a fire, what we're going to do is we're going to go out the front door, and we're going to turn right, and we're going to meet in the ball field that's directly behind this building. Okay, so that should take care of our emergency plans. Okay. Woo. Okay, so I want to encourage you all to ask questions. Ask questions. You don't have to wait till the end or get permission. You can ask questions on the fly. Let's see. And what do we have? So there was a question about where's the water? The water's right there. And it's clean water. You can use your own vessel, or they have plastic recyclable cups that you can use. It's good, nice, yummy water. And let's see. Will there be follow through on what we do here? Absolutely. One of the things that we'll be talking about at the end of today and the end of tomorrow is what's our cadence and who wants to be involved where. Because I bet with all of the diversity in the room, people have different passions. There's nothing worse than feeling like you're a hostage on a work group you don't want to be on. Conversely, there's nothing more inspirational than being involved in something you care about. So if there's interest areas over the next 2 days where you want to raise your hand and say, pick me, we'll pick you. Because everybody's ideas matter, and where you're passionate, we're going to get your best self showing up. And just so you know, is there going to be another summit? Well, we have every intention. Steve and I and Terry Biggio have already talked about it. We have every intention of keeping this cadence going, and we've already picked some tentative dates. Before I announce them, I need to make sure the hotel agrees. So I don't want you to do a save the date and then we go psych. So we won't do that yet. But everybody's ideas matter, and folks, we can't fix problems we don't know about. So be fearless, because I believe that what we're doing is being fierce on problems and kind to each other. So with that, on with the show. Thanks, Karen.
All right, I had to turn mine off there for interference. Before we get going this afternoon, Barbara King wanted to say something on one of the presentations earlier.
I think the question was asked for clarification. I don't think people really understood what I meant when I talked about the distance learning platforms not going away. The hardware will stay there in the facility. It will be repurposed to use as a training platform to get to multiple things that Sean and his group is working on. So just think about the content. Historically, they were CBI platforms and they were used for one purpose. When I came along, then we kind of looked at, okay, you need to have, when you have a box in the field, I mean, a training platform in the field, it needs to be an access point for multiple things. And so over the last few years, we've kind of expanded that to ELMS, and also I think CEDAR. CEDAR also, you can also access CEDAR from that as well. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify that.
Here, I'll put that back up here. Thank you. All right, everybody have a good lunch? Yes. You're not going to fall asleep in about an hour? Yeah. Hopefully. You are? No. I know some exercises. No. You guys going to be ready to give me 10? All right. All right, this afternoon we are going to bring up Pat McQueen. He is the project lead for the predictive and productive learning analysis network plan, in other words. Okay. And we also have Jim Mayer. He'll be his cohort in that, or I don't know what you want to call him. Is that good? Okay. He is an operations support, tech ops training efficiency. You've heard him talk a couple times already today. Okay, we have a few fun facts about people. And a little bit later, I'll go around and hit some of you at your tables. But a fun fact about Pat, he's got 2 kids going to college. Seniors. So you can about imagine where his paycheck goes. Luckily, one is in finance, so hopefully he can get a little bit of return in a couple years, when you get old and gray, you know? Yes. And Jim, I'm that long-lost relative. Yeah. His parents won the Publishers Clearinghouse. Grandparents, I'm sorry, yes. Won the Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes back in 1977. What are you doing? So, yeah.
There's a YouTube video of it, too.
Wow. Are you single?
No.
Oh, okay. 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 All right. All right. For our next presentation, it's the training plan, demonstration of the predictive learning analysis network. All right, Pat, Jim.
You want to start this off?
Well, I'll start, but you're going to need, probably need you.
Stand close together.
Sure, man. Have a seat. Have a seat. We'll be here for a minute.
Thanks.
Hey, it's great to be here. I see so many people. I've seen folks I worked with 20 years ago, and what a cross section. I know we're going to talk about all the folks that are here, but there is a unbelievable cross section. You have labor, staffing folks, and all the way across the board. So a little bit about myself, and then Jim, you tell me a little bit about some of your background. But I was in the field for about 23 years, frontline manager. And moved to headquarters about 7 years ago. Worked in AGW 13, which is the NASA Integration Support Group. I don't know if what folks, real quickly, that's the AGW entity that works with the program office, tries to work with the program office, the Wozniaks of the world, which is not easy, but on the integration of acquisitions, and includes all the things to do with that. Learned a lot with acquisitions. Came up about 7 years ago. Last year, about this time, came over to AJI to work on some of this stuff right here. And ever since, Jim's been up as the, I think your title is Training Liaison. And I'll let you talk about that a little bit before we get into this.
Hey, I'm Jim Mayer. You guys can't hear me, can you?
There you go.
Can I swap you real quick? Sure, swap out. Thanks. I'm Jim Mayer. I was actually the airspace lead for FTI before I was on with the agency. So I have a lot of comm background. Before that was U.S. Air Force. Tom, I don't know if you know the company GST Telecom. I used to work for them up in Vancouver, right across the street from the mall for quite a while. But I have a lot more comm background. I got hired on as automation tech, went to automation manager after that, and now I'm on the SOC manager. So Pat and I have a lot of similar experience. I took over for Paul Verganetti, who really kicked this thing off and did a lot of the heavy load work. And I think this was back September, October last year. So I think we're making a lot of progress since then. A lot of things have changed since then, but that's kind of the gist of it, I think. I pretty much am the, like, what they call tech ops liaison for training. So.
Right. So yeah, it's
Got it.
it's
Cool.
working. So let's go through this presentation, and we'll stop at any time. There's a couple of spots where it might make sense to camp out a little bit and talk about what's behind some of this. Now, so what we have is the predictive learning analysis. And for those folks at home, you know, you could Google predictive analytics or descriptive analytics, and it's kind of interesting. Those are types of analysis of big data that you look over, and you, when you're doing descriptive, you're looking backward to describe things, and predictive, of course, is looking out, forecasting. So where we're headed for is doing better forecasting and planning. Mostly what we've done is descriptive, where we're looking at, over the last 3 years, and you're going to see what we're looking at, to try to determine where we are and use data to drive the decisions. We haven't done a ton of decisions, although we did participate in the FY18 training plan with the Academy to align the training. We might talk about that a little bit too when you get to a good spot. So, excuse me. So we have an objective. Of course, we want to share what the plan is about, and basically, and ask you to help us. Well, we first need to make sure that everyone's got a good grounding and an understanding of the depth and breadth, and then there's places for sure where we need to get refinement and pull in folks that could benefit from this data. And I hope you'll see a little bit more of that. It's about transparency and sharing this data. I know some folks have seen some of the stuff we've developed. It's at the enterprise level. We need to drill down and make it practical and usable at the area of interest. The Academy has seen it. Hey, can you create some views for us? Some of the PSSs have seen it. Can we create some views for us? We haven't begun to do those so much as we've created the enterprise view. It's an awful lot of data to look at, but we need to look at all of it to start. So we can go to the next slide there. So what is it? It's a virtual network. It's it's not a network in the sense it has a server and clients and a system. It is essentially blending together is a term that a lot of the folks use. You're blending across major systems, grabbing the key data you need, and using software to create a virtual network that you can use to do analysis both back and forward. So that's why we call it a network. And of course, we're looking for trends and things to identify shortfalls and opportunities, and then use the data to drive decisions or solidify the ones you think you might already know. A lot of you guys already know a lot of what is in there. This helps you quantify it and solidify it. A lot of comments have been made about why we need it. So, Jim, maybe you can talk a little bit about some of the reasons we even started to do these things.
Okay, they took my microwave. I think I took it personally. So, well, we started off the conference like this. Hey, why aren't we getting the quota that we need, right? Well, here's why. Is because we're not being able to see any of this stuff, right? The QMT team now, there we go, is that better? The QMT is an amazing team right now. They over the years, they have made some tremendous decisions with very little data and trying to get the field what they need. What this does is just redirect. It gives them the tools to say, hey, we can rank, hey, maybe Portland SSC needs more than Washington at this point in time. We don't know, right? And then also drive those business rules from AJW's perspective. So a lot of this has to do with that day or that yearly process, the call for training, but also the big picture is overall, what's our 3-year plan, right? hey, how many ERAMs do we have coming in? What do we need to do? What could we expect? How much is it going to cost? We can forecast a lot of this stuff with a plan like this. Eligibility, retirement eligibility, you'll see a lot of this coming up, but I think that's kind of the gist of it.
Yeah. So, and as far as kind of a system situation, we've talked about how I think someone was over here talking about why are they, we need to make changes in CMRS or in certification tracking. One of the things we've looked at here has become apparent is we're not shooting for more systems. By the way, this is not an additional add-on situation. This is we're doing analysis, and what we're finding is things need to be pushed into existing systems. For example, ELMS, it's the primary system. Why do we have things outboard of that? What can we do in there? So that's the kind of things we're learning from that. And so these are the systems we're looking across. We talked about virtual network. So those are of course, the FSEP is chock full of a lot of things we need to understand. Your location ID, the types of equipment, the capability, and we're mapping all of those things to the components so we get a handle on what the training curriculum, what the challenge is there. And do you want to talk about some of the things around that, or?
I think we can move on right now.
Okay. So, and I definitely want you to talk about what you've seen so far in the changes.
Okay, so this is where the big stuff is, right? So ideally, what we would expect once this is all done is that a frontline manager logs into ELMS or whatever system is that we end up using. It's probably going to be ELMS at this point. They have an automatic populated training plan here, okay? You have all your employees based off your FSEP. Everything's populated. You have 8 employees. You have 7 trained on, let's say, your RAG site. Okay, well, then you obviously need 1 more. Okay, so all those business rules would be put in there. It would also allow, like, engineering services or NASEO to do the same type of thing, where that's not really being accounted for very well just yet. What else are we talking about here? Using ELMS. Sorry, guys. Oh, yeah, so, I mean, that's probably the largest piece there, I would think. And then also having accurate records in the certification tracking system, where Alan and the team of PSSSs who've been cleaning up the CTS now, was we up to 16,000, Alan? 16,000 records that we've had to clean up, they've had to clean up, and we're not even close to being finished there. With this stuff being entered in ELMS with the new tools, that's going to clean up and solidify a lot of data, where we're not going to run into a lot of problems with equivalencies and things like that we do now.
So yeah, let me back up to one thing we kind of blew past. One of the reasons is why. It was one of the bullets. The systems that we showed, the major ones, they're not coupled together. They run independently. So you can have records over here that don't correlate to over here. And that, to put it in another way, how can you have certifications on something that doesn't exist? You have everything from retirements to the moving condition of systems come and go. I think Bobby maybe talked about systems have come and go. When certifications have, as you folks know very well, they have criteria associated with them. They belong to a certain model, and there's things associated with that. So, well, before we go into any questions about the idea, the concept of moving certification records into ELMS? Anyone have any thoughts about that? Not a bad thing. What if, when you're doing a training plan, that the path of certification, which is a curriculum, was right there with the person who's registering? I see a thumbs up right here, right? So it checks. And we're working through a little bit, but in ELMS, the person who's going to register, and that's register first. Oh, okay. You register first, and then training. There's a process by where the frontline manager says we will actually plan for that. So without getting into those things, generally speaking, we're look at a system and service, and when that selection is made and the employee is made, the system checks the curriculum that's required for, say, a STARS Elite, and it checks the training history on that individual and says, green, good to go, has done all the prerequisites, ready for the ILT and the structural theory. Or the opposite, it says not quite, and you pull down a drop down. And so the Appendix 5 is integrated in the point where the training plan is done. Makes sense, right? Mm-hmm. Well, ELMS can do it. It's not even a big software change, it's a matter of configuration. What we have to do is get the certification, Appendix 5, into the ELMS so that it knows what the deal is, so to speak, what's the curriculum associated with inventory. So we can talk about that more, but that's the things we have seen, and that's going to make a better training plan and create the foundation for us to do better analysis. Yeah.
So can you talk about why FIPS would be associated with this tool?
Right.
Thinking about predictive?
Right,
Hint?
right. So, yes, thank you. So, the FIPS has the retirement eligibility date. It has other things. It has the grade and the series, which comes into play sometimes. We haven't got so granular that we would send particular I-bands get system administrator training, right? And technicians get a different level. But there is a retirement eligibility date for every employee. So what we're doing very simply is we're taking a look at the number of folks in each organization, the number of folks who are 5 years beyond eligibility. Attrition, yes. Yes. Projected attrition, actually, or potential attrition is what we call it. Yeah, so basically when we're running through the business rules, we take in consideration what the characteristics of the SSC is as far as the potential attrition. So that's some of the reasons we use the FIPS data. Yes? Yeah, he's right behind you.
Yes, good afternoon. Donna Muse, PSS from Nashua, New Hampshire. So could that actually affect the priority going forward?
Do you think it should?
Yes.
It does.
Thank you.
It does. It does. But before we get there, so let's talk real quickly about the business rules. And I don't want to get bogged down in them too much. But they're the same ones that if anyone's worked on the field focus team or in those arenas, anyone worked in, of course, there's another spot in the training guide where you consider the tier location, the number of facilities that a SSC has if they have three ASRs versus one ASR in an SSC. Of course, you need more people trained in an ASR with 3. You take in consideration the location type, which is something we picked up. Well, actually, you see it in the training guide. If you guys look at the page 4 training guide, you see some tables. And there's a consideration to be taken for a large area TRACON versus a key. I don't think the core is in there, but we've pulled the core in and taken that consideration. So we throw all these things against the inventory, and we run down through these business rules, and one of the ones at the end we take consideration is, okay, all things being equal, say that we're tier 2 going for the same course. You get down, all things being equal, wait a second. Your SSC has 10 folks, 8 eligible to retire. That's kind of high.
Can I ask you?
Yeah, absolutely. Add to that.
So this is part of the, how does the process change is we don't have all this stuff well defined yet. One of these days I'm going to figure out what the correct level on the microphone is. But drive time's not figured in there yet, right? Drive time's a big factor, especially the folks out west. Maybe you have a special situation where you need maybe more people trained on an ILS. We got to factor all this stuff in, and that's where we're going to really need your guys' help. And by your guys, I mean everybody, of course. So that's how the process is going to change.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah. Any more questions about that before we kind of move in? I mean, you want it? Yeah, sure. She's right behind you.
Alice Howard, Naseo. How would this impact our organization for those that won't use FSEP? Because we have a lot of ORs within. We have one that's under FSEP, which is
Great.
WAS Group.
Take that one.
So I think when you announce your name, you should be the Alice Howard, because that's what I think of you as. Unfortunately, you have to use the FSEP. I don't think we can get away from that. So what we need to do is start looking at, and we're doing the same with engineering services, start plugging in the correct equipment ID or FACFIC types into those OR codes. We should talk more about that later, but that's really the only answer we can come up with, because you need to have those guidelines, right? And we need to have some accountability with the equipment. Now, I'm sorry, just real quick, I know there's some special services related to that. Those are the types of things we do need to figure out.
It's true, but let's go back. That's a great question. But think about it. If you're in the inventory and you go to the FSEP and you associate your organization we already know the tier, the location, whether or not, well, in the case if you assign more than 3, we can apply the business rules, and they're hitting off the inventory. We do need to go a little further, but that's the value if you go into the inventory. And by the way, most people are, if you're not, TSCs are loaded, and there's a lot in the inventory. There's just a few that aren't doing that. So we have. So the benefits, we've talked a little bit about those. Visibility is huge. We're not prepared to demonstrate all the dashboards today, but the ability to share all of this data for folks to be able to do their own viewing analysis is so easy with your browser. We have the platform in place. That's a huge piece because we want to get in front of folks to be able to make better decisions and understand the decisions that are being made and see the trends. Sure.
I think really it's the last line there: increased training, data accuracy, forecasting, and improving the methods from organizational level. That's stuff we just couldn't do that stuff before, right? And like Abby was saying, it is 2017. We should start using the tools of the 21st century. This is part of that. Okay, I think we're going to demonstrate the dashboard now, Bobby. Okay, this is where I let you.
Well, okay. No, I'd like for you to talk about this a little bit, but Bob, you want to zoom down, out one, or go down to like 80 or 75%? Now, these screens are designed for a desktop. We're throwing them up on larger monitors, so the formatting is a little goofy, but when it comes out, when it renders on your screen, it would fit appropriately. So this is a quick example. I know there's a lot of data, and it may be a little tough for the folks in the back to see, but what we're looking at here is this is an initial beginning. Really didn't envision going through all of these things, but the things I've talked about, whether or not we have response code, which I failed to mention, which is the response that is taken into consideration today in the training guide. The tier is taken in consideration. The key, if you notice about midway, the ARTC, key, core, lat, and then the capabilities. We have lots of filtering we can do here. Today, we just wanted to show you a little quick example. And so, Bobby, if we go to the Gainesville SSC, this would be for we envision like a PSS at Gainesville, or for the Jacksonville district maybe that has Gainesville in there. With that selection, we're only looking at Gainesville equipment. So we're essentially pulling from the FSEP in the middle here, and we have the A1 goals and the amount of folks that have been trained. We have the instructor-led courses. If you roll over some of these numbers, you see the actual courses. We see the capabilities across the top. With one selection, you can see the makeup of that SSC. And from there, we apply a bunch of business rules to come up with the number of folks needed to train. He's rolling over these numbers, and you can see the courses. So to take it down one more level, Bobby, go to the glide slope. So this is looking at glide slope across the country. This is not Gainesville here. This is just putting in GS. You're looking at all models, all locations, all tiers, on and on. When you do that with a selection, we've preloaded this, but you see the SSCs to the left who have the equipment, the models of the equipment, ultimately the training that's associated. So you kind of see what's going on here, right? You see the merging of FSEP and the characteristics that we use to drill down and understand where the levels ought to be. And we're also connected, it's not real clear here, but we're connected to the ELMS. And we are drilling down and looking at completions of training. So what we're trying to do is pull it all together here. Anytime across the top, you can see where you are district-wise. Absolutely.
Thank you. Just to reinforce the disclaimer too, this is not what the actual views for the users are going to look like. Like Pat said before, this is the enterprise kind of stuff. But what this does allow us to do is based off, I think we originally used SUCOM data on several occasions, and we used that, compared that to the data now. And this is how we identify what we're calling priority courses are. But I mean, just with a click of a button, we can get, here's your full training outlook. This is your full training out in the field. Who's going to need those type of glide slopes based off the fix, and it gives us information just like that. So this is the goal that we want to do, and we want to be able to drill this down at the FLM and PSS view where it makes it easier. Yes, sir.
Jason, PSS. So that looks great, but does it distinguish the difference between the environmental tech and the electronics tech, or you're just saying all 10 people might need this training?
So you touch, that's a great question. You touch on a challenge that we're working right now. Tier 1, Tier 2 kind of stuff is fairly clearly defined, right? I think if you're in a SOC for a SOC or an automation or a comm in a Tier 1 facility, you know what you're going to deal with. When you get to maybe Tier 2, Tier 3 stuff, where you have multidisciplines, right now we're only looking at OR codes. However, we are trying to we're working with FFT and a few others. We've reached out to SUCOM as well, and Will, this is where I'm hoping to talk to you about a little bit more. What those numbers look like, right? We obviously, everybody's unique, has their own challenges, but we need to make it, at the same time, we need to make it a little more standard, because that's how we can measure things, right? If we make it standard, we can measure it, and that's a big factor with this stuff. Does that answer your question?
Okay, we have a question that came in.
Sure.
Currently, we have paper documents that we can scan electronically and upload into ELMS for OJT and certification. Will there be a process where when this document is uploaded, it can be seen in every software?
It'll actually be web-based, OJT, through ELMS.
Okay. Also, will we be able to upload documents when we record certification, as opposed to currently you have to record the certification, then come out and then go back into another tab to upload documents?
I'm not sure I follow that whole entire thing, but yes, you can upload documents.
Okay. Can different roles have different views, and how can people give their feedback on what is relevant to them? And by the way, that's actually from Terry Biggio. Some of you may know him as the Vice President of Safety and Technical Training.
Is he monopolizing all this time, or is he just typing
Well,
that
this
fast?
specific question was from him, so
Okay.
started with, hey, this is great.
Well, that's good to hear. He didn't start that. I didn't hear that. Could you reread that question? I'm sorry, I wasn't
Okay.
following that.
So Terry Biggio, the Vice President of Safety and Technical Training, said, hey, this is great. Can different roles have different views, and how can people give their feedback on what is relevant to them?
Absolutely. The answer is yes. We're trying to get some work group folks together to start looking at that. We have some ideas of what we'd like to do with. Way back December last year, we were drawing Fisher-Price drawings, as I call it, of what these views probably would look like. Obviously, focus groups and user groups are going to have to sort that stuff out and get what they need. Do you want to say anything on that?
I do, actually. Absolutely. Access control, and we'll be able to throttle or present a view to an organization and a different role. One more thing, it's kind of cool, and I know Abby likes cool stuff. Bobby, roll down to the glide slope. We got one more to show you. You can save your views and share them with your friends. You can send the same view over. You go down the glide slope. We've created a few views there. You can make them public, and you can send them back and forth and say, do you see what I'm seeing? There's a lot of collaboration built in here. The last one we had a Mark 20. So we looked at Gainesville SSC. We looked at the glide slope for country. And now we're zooming in on the Mark 20. And now, look, we only have one course, because there's only one course instructor-led for the Mark 20. It's right here. What the need is total, how many have been completed, and so on. These are the SSCs that have them, and there's all the particulars. So we're dragging along all the particulars to be able to look at the business rules. So there is access control. We haven't developed it because we don't have the views just yet. But once we set those views, we can push them to the appropriate user roles. Sure can. So any more questions along? Microphone real quick. Got the mic?
John Wozniak from the program office. Quota. Medium density, ATCT is going to be 5 trained in this.
Yes.
High density is 7, right? These are numbers that exist. Amy's in the room somewhere. She helps me with that stuff. If you could tie it to that, people would know by facility how far behind they are with their training need on one particular type. If you said you got 3 ASRs, do you train everybody 3 times? No, you need more ATSS.
That is the goal, John. That is the goal. They are tied. That is exactly what we're doing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. The number that John's talking about is A1 level, attrition level. It's your base you need, and it will drill down on each location. Yes, sir. That's what it's designed to do. Working mostly, we have some business rules to still validate. We need to get over. Some of them are in the training guide, but there are more in the field focus team business rules that set the staffing. And why would we want to look at the staffing? Because we know we don't want to train more than staff allocated. That's our ceiling. We'll always be using that as a ceiling to no, we're getting too high. Then John working out what is the magic number at a given location for a given piece of equipment. It's either going to be something around 10, 9, 8, 7, 3 for a tier 3 out in the middle of nowhere, a facility that doesn't that has a response code of blank, things like that. So great question. Any more questions? Oh.
Yeah, one question here. Michael Levis, ConOps Program Manager for AJW1. So this tool seems really great as far as quota management. Are there thoughts about using this as a predictive tool for course numbers?
Hey, you're right on target. We're looking at all sorts of options, right? Obviously, this can help out with FSEP, standardizing response codes, staffing could use this stuff. We used a lot of this data to help us with the fiscal year 18 training this last couple months. So a lot of that stuff factors in there.
So let me say, Mike, great question. Let me just say that one additional way. When we came out in June and July and sat down with the section managers and built FY18, we looked at the training requests that were posed, that came in from traditionally, and we looked at this data to try to, and Jim took energy and data and information from different areas, including SUPCOM, and other things he knows about the need, and we used this data along with the request, and we did the best we could to try to realign. How many classes do we need? We need more of this, fewer of those. That's called aligning to the needs. You can imagine how we work our way toward that. We can't come out of the gate spitting out the entire program. We have to still have to have some decisions made in there. We can automate it further with predictive tools, but we need to do some things right. We need some help from folks to help us make sure the business rules are right, we're driving the right numbers, the inventory is correct, and so on and so forth. We need to validate those things, and then we can theoretically come out with more and more refined predictive, and we want to go 3 years, not one. Today's current call for training process, 1 year deal, start over again. Is there another question?
So somebody made a comment, and I guess you can just speak to it. It says time for access views.
Time for access. Yeah, I'm not sure I follow that. Are they asking what the timeline for this is coming?
It really just says time for access views, and there's no punctuation.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to put a punctuation back. Yeah. If they're asking when this is going to be available, it's kind of available now. It's not out there to everybody because we are still trying to figure out the business rules. But if they are interested in helping us out figuring out the pieces of the puzzle, please send me an email.
Hello, Brian Edlin, AJW 133. Earlier, Abba, you mentioned about throwing shakeup out there and disruption, sorry. Everything that we've talked about is great. The problem is it's one more tool for the field to use. We now have multiple tools. What I envision, I guess, on this is a front page of like a training plan for an individual that the manager goes through. It's a master training plan. The manager clicks, okay, in this employee's career, here's what he or she needs. The tool automatically assigns that, automatically sees attrition coming in, automatically sees new equipment. That's just a thought.
No, it's a great question and almost a plant because that's perfect. And that's one of the reasons we're not, back to the last question, why haven't we shared this link? It runs in a browser. Because what we're learning from this, the first thing, back to some of the thumbs ups I saw over here, we need to push some functionality. Before we go make views and screens for folks, let's go to Elms and turn the things on that it could do. That's the first order of business, because that will increase the accuracy of the data. And those are your tools. Elms will always be more robust, and if we use it in an integrated way, than a business and intelligence tool riding on top. Now, this is some good stuff. It helps you take a look back and forward and lets you drill down. But why aren't we doing it in the Elms? That's the first question. So some of this might not show up there, so we're not creating another system. Kind of back what Sean was talking about. This is a tool going across the key data, putting business rules to it, and first question is, gosh, what can we wring out of Elms? What can we wring out of any other system? And then if we focus on the views that make sense, which need to be determined, executive views that have money and cost associated would be very useful. That's the high-level planning, things that would resonate with the customer. Those are a little more important in my mind than a PSS going, wow, another way to see all my cool stuff. I would like for them to go to Elms and say, wow, there's some cool stuff here. I can do certification records. I can do training plans. And my web-based OJT and PEs are all managed in Elms. Imagine that, all together in one view. Yet to be configured to the point, and that's where we need PSSs to come on board and begin to breathe life into how do we configure it, including frontline managers, right? And you've already started some of that with, yep. So that answer your question about it's not a new system. And is it going to be a little bit of a challenge to know where to build the views? I think it would be best if AGI would build it according to the strategies you have laid out. What are you trying to do? Manage and plan the enterprise. Drill down to the district level and glean from what's happening there. But let's not start down at the district. Let's not go down and try to create something from PSS just yet. Let's get the act together at the enterprise, make sure the business rules are driving, everyone's good with that, and then we slice, and this is a matter of slicing out the views. You've got the data. There are places, go look into BI and see how it works. It's used a lot of places. There's one more over here, maybe?
Yeah, I have a question. Rebecca Malden, AJI. So I think you sort of started to talk on this, but could you talk about, all this data is really good information, but how different roles would be impacted and where you would see this information being used to enhance current processes and sort of make things more efficient and make better decisions around that?
Well, I think we touched on it initially. One is, the FLM is going to have an auto-populated training plan. But most importantly, beyond all that, is that the agency is going to be able to make data-driven decisions and save a heck of a lot of money. It's going to set the academy up, be prepared for the upcoming training. It's going to have the FLMs just ready to go. The PSSs will have the information at their fingertips, where we're not digging through all the different systems like we do today. I know call for training is a huge undertaking, and we just need a better way of doing it, and this is what it's going to do.
So let me make sure, Rebecca, that you got their answer to the roles. The PSS would benefit from this, we feel. A particular view. This view that we just drilled down for Gainesville, we could take a lot of some stuff off of there and just make it tailored to them. So that would be a role envisioned. Why would they need that? What are their tasks? What's the objective there? What are you trying to do? Who else needs that? Frontline manager? Don't know, but as you roll up and go to districts or TOMs who want to look across their district and say, what the heck is going on? Where am I? I heard other districts talking about this. Where am I? And then they can roll over and say, where there's districts, they can do it themselves. So the role there, what are you trying to do with these views? Like any other system, right? So is that answer, we haven't clearly defined the views to match the roles. We know the executive role needs to be satisfied, and we need to take a bunch of stuff off and make it aggregate to the very top and say, look, here's the bottom line. Your greatest need is on system X, and it's in tier 1. And what else do you need to know? Are we putting our energy and effort there? And then as you drill down in different views and different roles, you go, what's behind that tier 1 glide slope Mark 20? I don't know. I think that's good. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Any last questions?
Yes, Pat.
Yeah, Valerie.
Valerie Murray, AJI 2320, Washington.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, birthday girl. I have a question on how you are going to be handling the E1 requirements that are out there to include the preparation therefore, because we have a validation process that has to take place in within the program office's schedule in order to be able to approve the training and get those technicians whose new systems are being installed trained 30 days before IOC. So how are we going to handle that? Because that impacts the overall academy training capability schedule, because those systems are there at the academy.
See, you are paying all of this, and we should have been clear. This is A1. This isn't A2, Charlie 2, E1. To answer your question, we have not tackled that process, but what do we do today? We get Excel spreadsheets going back and forth over email. Am I right? Waterfalls. Okay. So we need to get those waterfall schedules. It's kind of a nice thing. At least it's not on paper. I mean, on a pen and ink deal. We have it in electronic format. We need to take those spreadsheets and integrate it as another data source, and we code them as E1s.
However, the waterfall schedules does not impact the validation process for the new equipment course validation in order for us to approve the course, and we have to do the validation at the academy. So you're talking events that are for operational tryouts, 1.5 times the course length, and the FCC that is the full course length with a full ELMS course load.
Yes.
It sounds like you won yourself a seat at the table.
Yes. There's a role. I'm hearing a.
I just got a very early birthday present. Thank you, Abby.
Exactly. I'm hearing a role being defined and a view, right? And so, a lot of things you've got in your process. What could we implement those and help you? See all the things you're seeing here with E1 benefit from the location and the training levels and all those things. But hey, throw the E1s up there and help me build some business rules around those and make them stand out. By the way, you saw what Bobby was doing. If we had E1 up here, you would just select E1, and that's all you would see is E1. And it will let you drill down as much as you wanted to. So, absolutely.
Valerie, I thank you for your volunteering to help us out. But you mentioned a key word, and that's validate, right? So Pat and I, well, the team knew going in that this was only going to take us so far, right? It's up to the FLM and the other key players to validate the data and then take us to the next step. On to your question about how the waterfall changes, the schedules changes constantly. Well, we're thinking we need to have like a heartbeat check every 90 days. All the organizations need to sit down and talk to each other. What's the latest, And I'm hoping we can catch some of that with that.
We actually drafted a process that every quarter we review and realign. And when I say that is we get AJW, AJI, and the academy together, and we look at, when we get together in September maybe the first time, we're going to look at 18's already been programmed, right? We're going to look at 18 again and review it, see if it's still aligned. There's new information. We've heard it since we've been here. Some things have changed. Use these tools to tweak it, and then maybe the next time we get together, go out to the next quarter. So we want a 3-year window. We've already begun to paint the picture, cut in the FY19 and 20, what we know we're going to be training. So we want to keep pushing it out there, and there is a process. Drafted. We haven't really started using it. We have one back here, maybe?
So far today, we've heard about what technical training is doing to help us. But the onus shouldn't be on technical training to fix tech ops training. Wow, sorry, that was difficult. That was my aside. Sorry about that. So how can we help you?
That's a
I see where you're getting at with that, and I think we do have a lot of tech ops folks involved with this training. A lot of the folks in AJI working this, Pat included and Elizabeth included, they're all AJW people by trade. If you want to get involved, contact me, and we'll see how we can use your skill set to best suit the program. Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, but Rebecca actually is going to help us with the processes. You can imagine we're changing the world a little bit. So we need to take the current SOPs and policies and procedures. What do you think is going to happen when we move the certification records into ELMS? Do you think the policy has to change? Of course it does. The particulars and the 2 levels of signatures and the way the ball bounces. The process needs to meet the tools. So we could use your help into whatever process we're going to use to review the current processes, adjust them to meet the new process. Of course we need help there. Things we haven't even thought about yet. Maybe there's some things yes.
Donna Muse again, PSS Nashua. This might be outside the scope of plan altogether, but when you started talking about automated training plans, I thought of TNAT and the EOS training that gets populated into people's plans. And how is that process going to be streamlined and integrated into this? Thank you.
It's beyond the scope, right, at this point. But yes, you're right. It is something that we're keeping in mind.
Jim Owens, Support Group Manager with Engineering Services in the CSA here. Mine's more of a concern. I'm thinking of something that you said with this system is engineering services tying into this, because we don't have boundaries, for FSEP, because we have centers that do a lot of work in half the service area. So I'm really curious in the future how stuff would be populated for us without creating this big, huge database.
That's an excellent question. But you do have OR codes, right? And those OR codes support equipment, whether it's a district sized or a service area size. You still need training for those certain specific FSEP fact fix, right?
Yes.
So
it just depends on how far you carry it or how much you have to bring in.
And that's where we need to factor in. So let's say you have a large geographical area specific to an OR code. I would anticipate that getting all those facilities that you support would be put into that FSEP record under that OR code, and then we need to factor in like drive times and that kind of thing, where you get the sufficient people trained there.
Okay. Thanks.
That's another example where we need your help, because we don't know today. How do we know what you need training? Emails or conversations. What we're going to ask you to do is go to the FSEP, your OR code, correlate it to a loc ID that you want training on. And then we have to work on, how many folks do you need and how important is it? Because you're competing with the field and the NASCO and other entities that need training. We recognize you need it. There are some values in the training guide today, too, for engineering services. But, it's about where it ends. We don't know. All equipment? Of course not. Some engineering services, TSC is the same thing. OSS, they're configured a little differently. And so tell us what it is you're prepared to support across a district, no matter if it's nationwide. Those loc IDs are okay. They're only one apiece, those loc IDs, LA, EAS, whatever. Put your OR code in there. We know that you have an interest. You have something to do with that. We hook the components to it. We check your training histories in your OR code. Well, you're not trained. It's a basic way of looking at it. So back to, do we have to do the inventory? We don't see how you can get out of doing FSEP. And it is the official inventory, by the way. And you have pre-commissions status in there. There's your E1s coming in. Another advantage to go into the FSEP. Everybody on the planet knows if it's pre-commissioned, guess what? It's probably going to be commissioned soon. I better have some E1 lined up here. So lots of benefit on using the primary official inventory. Don't see how we can get out of that. Oh, no. Uh-oh, big hitter. Here you go, Jim. I got to go.
I don't know about that. Mary Scheer, Director of Operations, East Coast. So on behalf of the director team, first off, I recognize that this is a proof of concept, and you guys are working hard at making this an engine. Thank you from the Directorate team and Tech Ops, because we appreciate what you guys are doing, because you're trying to lighten the load in the field. We can't stand another system automated on the backs of the first levels out there. So I recognize that you guys are working hard to pull multiple systems off of them. We'll do our best to keep the FSEP up, because I know that that is going to be key to a lot of things, TNET and the rest of it. But you're right, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. It's going to be a key component for everything. So thank you from us to you. I know that's not been an easy task, and it's still a lot of heavy lifting to do. So that's all I needed.
Dean LeGrand, PSS for the Washington District. Again, I'm thinking down the road here. Yeah, right? Down the road, currently there is no plan for training new PSSs. It's something a group that I was on tackled, then we developed some new training for new PSSs. As it exists now, it's call your buddy and find out what he's doing to tackle a situation. What's your plan down the road for once this rolls out for training for PSSs, frontline managers, or train the trainer scenarios?
I'll do a little bit, but then I want to get Robert in here, because we've talked about a little bit, and he's got an initiative around PSS training. But let me just say something that tie it back to Ms. Rebecca and processes. We talked at lunch, and my thought is, why wouldn't we start with the functionality in ELMS? Because if we can push all of your one-stop shopping to ELMS, why wouldn't we go there and build those things outward toward SOPs and the broader processes? That's just a thought. Rebecca's got a process and a model. She even mentioned about roles. I don't know exactly how she's going to do it. But from Dean, when we move the functionality into ELMS, seems like you would want to build your training for PSS from those activities you expect to accomplish there, including reporting that you get, because everything's integrated. You've all been to ELMS and you see the bar graphs and the reporting and the things like that, things that are rolled up. So, Robert, do you want to say something about PSS and where you are?
So my name is Robert Collins. I'm from AJI 2310, and we are in the process of actually developing a PSS course. It has actually taken a very long time, stops and fits. It was first put in 2015 was a request. It was signed off by everybody, and then it kind of died on the vine going forward. But this management team that's in place now, they recognized the fact that we do need to have PSS training, and we do have 2 people that are in this room right now, 2 PSSs that are going to be my subject matter expert. And please stand up, Christy and Catherine. That would be great. So I do have one further question, and it's a selfish one. So when's the functionality of Appendix 5 going to go, and also CTS?
As soon as possible.
Help me with that, because we have just saw about a month ago, the first demonstration where we were kind of blown away, honestly. The ELMS folks did a webinar, Adobe Connect with us, and we were like, do I see the Appendix 5 integrated in the training plan? And we just saw that about a month ago. So how much further? I'm on them like crazy about what is the potential timeline. Of course, we've talked to William. You've already talked to SoupCom, because we're talking about 3 or 4 things. The training plan. That's a frontline manager deal, right, largely. The OJT and PE, clearly that's PSS and the certification records being managed. So we've just gotten our first exposure. we are working to work up a delivery timeline, and we work our way back. So we don't have an answer. We would hope, I want to step out a little bit and say, we hope by the end of the year. Because we have seen, where we have to back off a little bit, we haven't handed to them all the particulars for the equivalencies, the prerequisites, and the Appendix 5, which in the Word or PDF format. I've been talking to FIST. Do you guys have the table that would help us get the particulars? There's some and/or functions going on. If we had that, it would increase or decrease our time significantly. We're having to do that ourselves. We have to go to your hard copy and create a table to basically take care of that. So maybe the end of the year.
Calendar or fiscal?
Calendar. And so you being Appendix 5 primary player are a big part of that. The PSSs are
PSSs are
a huge
what?
part of that.
It's
in
huge.
that, how do they add, modify, delete certification records in its basic form?
Right.
And then you see the traces of the certification, the Appendix 5, in the FLM process, where they're creating a training plan. So that's an FLM. We're going to get those SMEs involved. So that's part of that. We're focusing on it. We're trying to push it to the top. We're doing a lot of the things in here, but ELSM enhancements is what we call it. By the way, we're going to stand up some monthly webinars where we demonstrate this, build a frequently asked questions list, and try to create a constant exposure as to what we have to offer. A couple of guys on our team, an OSM, Bobby Simpkins from Jacksonville, and Alan Seacrest, also on our team, PSS. William Butler, we are hoping that he's going to identify some additional BUEs in the same ranks, OSMs and PSSs, and we go forward. And we're going to be, we've already talked about, I need to give him a clear timeline, and talk about bringing them up and get them in front of the demo and bring it home type of deal. John knows exactly what we're talking about. So Dan? Oh.
Roberta Waller, AJI. Your training thing, I like this, what you're talking about, getting the information out for training, where you know the number you need. But that doesn't work all the time when you get a new program. One of the things that we do, we go do traceability. I know I have Pat to pull up some number for me for my TFD project.
Yeah.
When I did ATOP, we went back 3 years. Now we got the numbers. Now I got a training issue because we pulled the numbers so quick before the project started. Now the number I get to the program office did not work. Okay, all the people that retire, left to go to different jobs. And now I have a system down because we give them the wrong number when we started the program. We said we can make it into 2020. Now I have an issue because equipment is getting remodified. And I have a last of everybody else, my 3 sites, need training. So this, I understand what you're trying to do, but when it's time to give the information to a program office to make planning, this does not work. We still come in your training need. Right now, talk to your mayor. We're trying to figure out how to train these people because we give them the numbers that did not help us right now. And we don't have training right now. So that's all I want to bring up. So the number we use. Thank you.
We do see the PMO benefiting. Back to views and transparency and global. Why in the world would not the PMO be fully privy to this? There are no secrets here. The PMO, the first thing you take them to is try to put everybody on the same page here. Not the first thing you take them to, but we have in mind the PMO, the John Wozniaks of the world, the others that have going to drive a training need. Would you look at it with us? Would you look at the plan? Would you look at what we're looking at? It's driving our needs. How can we work together and integrate this acquisition, this impact, and to handle things like you're talking about? By the way, we have the attrition numbers there also, so you can always have an eye on, am I training SSEs that have a high attrition, potential attrition number? It'd be informative. Maybe you would say, wait a second, maybe train a few more. I don't know what decision you would make. These tools help you make the decisions, right? Better decisions looking across the system. The PMO needs to use them. The Academy needs to use them in various ways. All of AJI 2 needs to use them. And then the executive use. So is that about it? We have
Back there.
So, not that I mean to throw shade. Yeah. But Catherine and Christy have been pointed out twice as the subject matter experts for PSS and for the LCMS. Are you inviting other people to the party so you can hear from more than just the two? That's an excellent question.
Yeah, we'll have to ask them. I don't know. That's not our project, right?
Well, I can say that I'm not aware of what SMEs have been used for other things thus far. Dave Bowerman, William just replaced him. We have not even gone to him and say, here's our timeline and the scope of our activity, and it includes the things we've talked about. So maybe we should, William Butler would be maybe, that's our entry point. He's going to go to labor relations and do what he does to make sure that things are coordinated properly. The BUEs that are used, don't really know, but I would encourage that person to make it known.
Seriously, have them contact me because there's I think they're not quite. They can't hear you in virtual land. Sorry. Hi, this is Catherine from Indianapolis. For LCMS, Christy and I were there to represent PASS. We were not there as PSSs. Being PSSs was a bonus, and it was pretty helpful. And here, we got added late. I will say that the advertisement of this training summit was severely lacking. Christy and I found out about it a week ago when Chuck invited us. So, and thanks, Chuck. But whoever that is, absolutely, the PSS community needs to be involved, and these kind of opportunities need to be advertised. We're the ones who are going to be using these systems, and we're the ones who are going to be tracking your training and certification along with the first levels. So yes, get involved. And how we ended up doing it is because we said yes. We said yes to PASS, and we said yes to Chuck.
Thank you. That's great. And again, we are using, from our perspective, William works in AJI. He's here for a reason. We're going to use him. And, of course, we'll always take volunteers from anywhere, right? Anytime, any place. Because you're not only that, you're at a different location. We want to cross-check things that might be unique to your situation. So one PSS may not be totally familiar with. They're great at where they are, but that environment is different from the environment somewhere else. So we need a cross-section for sure. And like any other system, we're going to have to ring out.
So Abby Smith, this question's for you. Thank God you've got the mic. Talk about timing. How were the participants for this event identified then?
So I'd like to defer that question to my esteemed colleagues, Chuck Stimley and Dan Smith, because they set the agenda and the invites. So thank you to the question. Decision-making belongs where it belongs. So gentlemen, back at you.
We worked with the technical operations, Jim Mayer, to get the names of personnel to come to this summit, as well as word of mouth. Anyone who we were able to speak to and said that they would participate, we had them participate. But we worked through technical operations to get the names of the participants here.
Absolutely.
So to answer that, I work through the service area training managers as well as the directors in some certain cases to get the names. I think you are. Did you, I'm sorry, one second. Abby, you had a question before.
No, it's all right. I'll wait. Go,
Okay.
go ahead. I don't want to lose the momentum of this string. I won't forget.
Sorry, Jason, PSS again. So the predictive learning analysis network looks good and everything, but is there a way that maybe we could change it so you could implement, you know, the E1, the A1, A2 needs and new hire all in one instead of just doing A1? That way, we could forecast 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years out due to attrition and everything else.
Yes, and you're absolutely on target. We are doing that to a point. We can't see what's out there in PMO world just yet. We're trying to capture that. Whatever E1 requests are there now, we can see, but we couldn't tell you, hey, what is the waterfall schedule for a certain piece of equipment? What does that look like? But that's where we're hoping. We meet together every quarter. I think we're going to identify a lot of those issues and start working toward a better process that way.
Can I just add one? I'm sorry, because that's a great question, because it's not comprehensive with only A1. But, you know, we're going to use this data. It's not a system to share, push into the ELMs. We still need the frontline manager to validate what the system has pushed to them. And they will validate the A1, the E1s, and they will add the A2s and Charlie 2s and whatever, and they will build a comprehensive plan. So that part doesn't change. So the net result is a plan that's built, system-driven. Frontline manager still needs to do a couple things. Put a name in, put a date. What else I got to do? Hopefully it's about it. And we have a training plan that from there, we're hooked to that. And now we have a better training plan. It's been validated by the frontline manager. And now we're screaming now toward the academy going, look, the system generated this. The frontline manager validated, put a name in there, confirmed the date that they want to go. What can you do to help us? Can you teach 100 of those? Because we have the needs, you know. So that's a great question. We failed to describe that.
Thanks, Pat. Steve McMahon, DVP for AJI. I wanted to circle back about the participation item because I think we left that one hanging a little bit. So if there's something that we can do better or more comprehensive for participation, please feed that back. Abby mentioned earlier this morning, this is the first instance of a renewed conversation. So we're going to be doing more of these. And if there was a misstep or if somebody wasn't included, I assure that wasn't intentional in any way. But talk to Chuck, talk to Dan, and if there's a way that we can do this better, please feed that information back up.
Hi, Abby Smith, technical training. So one thing is, hey, thank you. Because we talked about earlier, leadership is the humility to listen and the courage to act. And so you guys listened and acted. And perfect is always the enemy of good. And just like Heffernan talked about earlier, ideas aren't born fully baked. They're born kind of disoriented and a little messy. And it's only from the care and feeding of everyone that they become great. And so thank you for taking this step. And as a matter of fact, so I have a question for Steve McMahon. I hear that the people involved in the Predictive Learning Analysis Network got an ATO Professional Excellence Award and are headed to the awards ceremony next week in DC. Steve, is that true?
Absolutely, that is true.
Well,
Great
my goodness
point,
gracious.
Abby.
So could we have the people that were part of this please step forward and get some love? Amy Brummett, Jill McCarty, Jim Meyer, I guess you can stay where you are. Pat McQueen, you can stay where you are. Diane Montgomery, Alan Seacrest, Bobby Simpkins. Not here, but also important in this adventure are Millie Smith and Paul Vergnetti. Go up and stand in front of your peers and get some love.
And thank you for bringing that up, Abby. And I think this point is really indicative of the renewed emphasis in our training relationship across AJI and with air traffic services, but with technical operations as well. And John, I think your point is good. AJM should be here more specifically in our conversations about training development. Our relationship there needs to be strengthened, and kudos to you all. The submission that went in was supported across the deputy vice presidents as we looked at all of the applications, and this really stood out as something we wanted to recognize and award. So thank you all very much for your work.
So Abby, we have another question that came in where you have the mic. Ms. Smith. So yeah, sorry about that, sort of. Yeah, sort of. Okay, so we're hearing these different deadlines for all these different activities that are going on. Has any thought been given to creating a KSN site that shows the activities that are going on to improve training and what the current status is?
So we have a KSN site right now, and you have to forgive me because I stayed at the Embassy Suites last night and not the Holiday Inn Express. So I don't know what the business rules are for how open or closed that system can be. But if that's something that we need to do, I'm totally open to it. Because we work for the FAA and not the CIA, and so these aren't secrets, because one of our key values is transparency. And so if people are interested in what we're doing, oh my goodness gracious, I excited, and I think I can speak on behalf of all of us in technical training. We're thrilled for you to know, because you can then anticipate things and help us get better, keep polishing. Just like we asked you to weigh in on our strategy and our roadmap, weigh in on our milestones, help us get better, raise your hand if there's something interested. So I don't know if Teresa is in the room, but Celeste, if you could take an IOU so that we can look at what we can do to open up that part of our knowledge sharing network so people can get a window in. I also think we probably need to lean into our commitment to once a month putting out a newsletter to the tech ops community to keep them informed. I think that's a good start to gain willing followership and get people's weigh in on things that they're passionate about. I hope that answered the virtual audience person's question.
All right, thank you, Pat and Jim. I think my next speakers are not, there's one, okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, a little fun fact about me, since I've heard it mentioned quite a few times this morning, SoupCom. I go back to SoupCom back to 1991, Rocky Mountain Regional SoupCom and National SoupCom in 1992. It's awesome to hear that it still exists. It's not AF SoupCom anymore, of course, but I still call it AF SoupCom. But it's great to hear that it's still going. It was great back then because we were just getting it going, and it did a lot of benefit, a lot of work, and I'm so glad to see that it's still there. So kudos to SoupCom. Pardon?
The mic behind you still on.
Hey, Karen, since we're ahead of schedule, can we take a short break?
Absolutely. I was going to make everybody stand up, but I guess we better do that first, huh?
Are you still very friendly with your ex-husband? Did you lose a house to a tornado?
Yes, at dinner. I thought so too.
Yeah, I'm like, where? I knew I met you before. So how are you doing? Good. Good. Yeah, was it last year when we were there for the PSS meeting? Yeah. I know, because I started thinking, I'm making you look wonderful. So everything's going well for you? Oh, are you? Definitely. Now you're like, yeah, okay. No, not just kidding. No. I'm married. Oh, that's good now. Don't you want to? Oh, nice. And how are they? Good to see you as well.
We spend all our time here.
All right, can we please take our seats? Break time's over. Doggone it. Hey, how are you? I'm doing great. This microphone is hot, and I've gone back and forth, and it won't turn off, so I don't know.
So it's live.
Yes. Yeah, I'm back here hitting the button. It's not doing anything. You want to sit that close?
Yeah, I didn't seem to be doing very well with it yesterday.
Please take your seats. Huh? Everybody take your seats or I'm going to make you do push-ups. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Boy, you guys can move pretty fast. That's about my pace too, so I'm right with you, sister. All right, you guys are so lucky Abby called a break because I was going to make you stand up and do the hokey pokey. Because I could see all of you starting to go like this in your chairs. So sit back up, straight up. Okay. How many military folks we got out there? All right. Thank you for your service. We've got 2 more up here that are going to join us for this next session. I prefer the Air Force because my son was in the Air Force. But we got 2 Navy guys up here. Is that okay? Yes. All right. All right. We got Thomas Ferrando, Portland manager, SSE. One of the 4 ships he served on aboard his Navy time was the USS Midway. Everybody heard of the USS Midway? It is now a museum, right, in San Diego. So he was on top of the water. We have Dean LeGrand. We've heard him many times back in the corner, right? But that's good. Program support specialist. He was a Navy guy as well, but he was in a submarine.
Lots
so we
of
got.
booze, wow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Am. Good food.
Good food?
Good food.
Not much fresh air?
Not much fresh air.
Okay. All right, these guys are going to talk about quota, working together for optimization. Thank you.
Thank you, and 2 old ex-Navy guys with 1 microphone. I know there's a joke in there somewhere, and maybe we'll discuss that tonight at the billiards room. So we're here to talk about, as Karen, and thank you, Karen, for the introduction. We're here to talk about quota, working together for optimization. So 2015, FY 2015, everybody remember back that far? It wasn't too bad. But I'm going to put the very, very best table on the spot right here. So FY 15, just give us a guess on how many unutilized quota or open seats there were in academy classes per month for the entire year, the average per month in FY 15. Just a guess. I want a number.
I guess 20 a month.
Very good, Jason. However, let's double that and add some more. So back in FY 2000 or FY 15, Steve Noss was the acting Tech Ops Requirements Manager. He looked at that number and he says, we have 50 open seats per month in academy classes. On the other hand, I have got frontline managers out there just clamoring on why we can't get people into seats. So Steve looked at that and he said, we got to do something about this. So Steve championed a work group, and it's the Quota Management, Technical Operations Quota Management Process Improvement Project, or Lean Six Sigma. And that's the Six Sigma thing down in the corner there. And they developed 2 problem statements, and those problem statements are right here on the board.
So the first thing we decided to attack was the amount of people showing up for these classes was less than what the quota management team allocated for us, working with AJI and AMA and figuring out how many people we could get trained. So why is this happening? That was our first problem statement.
The second problem statement have to do with inflated trainings needs request. We know that, as we heard earlier today, sequestration put us way behind. So we as frontline managers, I'm guilty of it, I'm going to ask for everything I can and hope that I get 4 or 5 classes. Okay? So we inflated those needs requests, and it costed the FAA about $2.7 million. So the work group was formed. Steve championed it. And Dean was selected as a program or a subject matter expert in the, as a program support specialist. Pretty smart guy here, believe me. I myself was selected to represent the frontline managers via SOUPCOM. Let's hear it for SOUPCOM. Yay, SOUPCOM. So some of the members of that work group are in the room today. And we would like the members of that work group to go ahead and stand up, please.
Diane, Darren, Christine,
Alan.
Are you here? Alan?
So we looked at a lot of things. Boy, we crunched numbers. No, please remain standing. Please remain standing. Yeah.
Yes. It's not like you can't use exercise.
No. We learned at lunch his wife does not want him to exercise. So that's right. So we looked at a lot of things. We hashed out a lot of numbers, things that we could look at, adding tier levels to quota management, things like that. And we did come up with a lot of ideas. Some of them have been implemented already. Others are just, you know, hey, maybe we can do this someday. So, but what I need to do is I need the rest of you to all stand up. Everybody in the room, stand up. You people out there on the live stream, stand up. You people in Denver, Seattle, come on up. Because you are the people that we need now to help optimize quota. You are the people that we need to look at this, to think about what the quota you actually need and how you can help improve this process. Your input is what we need. We were a small group of people. We've got so much talent in the FAA. We can resolve this if we think about it, if we work together as a team for quota optimization. So thank you for standing up. Like I say, this is a list of the people in the group, so thank you. One of the successes of the work group, and I'm sorry Paul Vergnetti's not here because he was the lead on this, but how many people in the room are familiar with the TechOps toolbox? Great, a lot of people. I use this on a daily basis as a frontline manager, as most frontline managers do. This is a tool that allows me to take a quick look. I can look at metrics. I can look at poor performing facilities. I can look at PMs that may be coming due or PMs that are late. All of that information is in TechOps Toolbox. So one of the things the work group looked at is how can we track training? How can we track and verify training plans are put together? Well, we decided, okay, let's try the TechOps Toolbox. So how does that work for you? As a frontline manager, within 5 right clicks of my mouse, I can look at my employee's training plan. I go to technical proficient in development. I can see how many employees I have with training plans. Now, this will show you also that you've got MPAs and GMMs because training, when you look at it and you drill down into an employee training plan, it includes technical training and everything that was entered in the TNAT. So like I say, within 5 clicks, I can click on my employee, I can click on the, and I can see their training plan. So it's a great tool, and if you haven't used it, I encourage you to take a look because it is a great tool.
Okay, the things we were looking at were non-utilized quota and no-shows. Before we go to the next slide, anybody that is not a PSS or on the quota management team, I want to see if you can answer this question. What defines non-utilized quota? Raise your hand if you have the answer. Nobody knows what non-utilized quota is. Go ahead, give me a guess.
Totally guessing. Krista Jepson, Anchorage, OSM, empty seat.
That's what it ends up being. Non-utilized quota is a quota that was allocated. Quota management team gave it to you, and you being somebody in the FAA. But you were unable to put a student in that seat. The class started, and nobody else was in that seat. It's empty. It's lost money. Okay, that's what non-utilized quota. No-shows are totally different. No-shows are somebody that was enrolled, was supposed to be at the class, and did not show up. And Tom?
Bueller. Bueller. Many of you remember that iconic scene from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That, in essence, is a no-show. A quota was identified, allocated, a name was put into that quota. We have somebody that we've already given, their name's in FIS, they've given an allocation code, they're supposed to go to class. The class starts that morning, the instructor comes out to see all these 8 supposed bright shining faces, and there's only 7, plus the empty seat. That is a no-show. That is where it was identified, but it didn't show. And as the 3057 definition, as you can see, if a person does not show and there is no substitute, the FAA Academy marks that as a no-show.
So we went back to FY 15-16 and the first part of FY 17. The quota management team helped me get these numbers together, and I appreciate that, Amy, Jill, Diane. FY 15, we had 55 no-shows, 441 non-utilized quota. 500, yeah, that's what I said, in metric. FY 16, we look at the numbers improved a little bit. Now let's look at 15. There were some processes going on in the background that affected those and skewed them a little bit of sequestration mixed in there, some other stuff. Okay, it was a big soup. Let's take a look at FY 17. The non-utilized is as of, well, no, I'm sorry. Non-utilized and no-shows together. That's a lot. That's 122, right? If I did my math right, which I may not have, because I didn't go to the new common principles. Sorry. So we It's all right. We'll give you a ride anytime you need it. So we ran some numbers, and we looked at the average cost per student for the first 3 quarters of FY 17. What was it, Jill? $76.93 per student hour when we don't have a body in that seat. So look at a 120-hour course. One person, $9,200 out of a 3-week course, gone. Add that up to the 86, that's $500,000 sitting there. That's a lot of money. Add that up over the year with everything else that goes on. And we took into account instructor overheads, everything that the academy has to pay for, lights, all that stuff, travel, per diem, meals, lodging, everything. It's an impressive figure if you really look at it. So how do we make this stop? Yes? Say your name, where you're from.
I'm Christine Madden. I work in Washington, D.C. with technical operations, technical training. And I just wanted to add one of the key points in addition to the dollar amount is that the seat is lost forever. We don't get that seat back.
What happens is not only is it a loss of money, it's a loss of a training opportunity for somebody else. So let's say there's an ACEPS guy in Memphis who needs them bad. He needs to go, but Anchorage is going, and all of a sudden the guy from Anchorage can't show up. Well, the guy from Memphis can't go either. It's lost forever. So you're delaying that guy's training also. We understand that, right? So as of 7/27, there's 19 unenrolled seats right now within the 60-day window. What that means is within 60 days, these courses are going to start, and there's nobody enrolled in those 19 seats. Of those 19, 9 are some of the top requested courses in the FAA. Why? Why do we not have somebody in that slot? I know the quota management team works hard, very hard every day to make sure there's somebody in there. We get emails all the time. I've got a quota open. Send me your additional quota request. Send it to me now. I'm gonna I'm gonna validate all the AQRs tomorrow at noon. Get them in, get them in, get them in. And we're still sitting like this. So it's not for a lack of trying. There's something broke in the process. Would you agree? Yes?
Alex Sotomayor, FAA Academy. Are you taking into account the out-of-agency and military quota as well in this data?
To the best of my knowledge, this is just FAA personnel. Jill, I assume that's what he ran for you? Dan? FAA only. FAA yeah, it's FAA only. That's what I thought. It is. FAA only. Okay, so it is FAA only. So we didn't take out any outside sources, or didn't consider them. It's an empty seat, so whether it was contracted to military or foreign government or wherever, it's empty.
Okay, let's talk about the Bueller moments. This is a small sampling of some data that Dean pulled off of the out of CMRIS just a couple weeks ago. And I know this is hard to see. I apologize for that, but I wanted to give you a small sampling. As we know from the data earlier, so far in FY17 there have been 36 no-shows. Okay? For every no-show, there's supposed to be comments made on why that person didn't show up. Christine has told us that she had a meeting with Vaughn and Jeff here a couple of weeks ago, and this is a hot topic, no-shows, people not showing in class. So we took a small sampling because we want to look at some of the reasons why. Some of the reasons out there that are being shown as why. And the first one there is a fiber optics concepts course back in November of 2016. The reason why the employee did not show why he didn't show up that morning, because he's in another SSC. The second one was a PremNet. Well, it could have been the same employee since it's fiber optics related. Back in January, the employee moved to another state. We know that that doesn't happen the day that they go to Oklahoma City. So therefore, what happened? Why wasn't that quota released? Instead of being a no-show, it may have been a non-utilized quota, but at least we should have addressed that. Now up there we see a couple of empty ones after those two. Those are ACEP Standby Power and the ACEP's Legacy courses in November and March of this year. No shows for ACEP's courses. Okay, no comments on the reason why. Yes.
Mary Shear, Director, East. Folks, we can't have this. From all of the directors, Vaughn has been very, very clear with us. Empty seats are unacceptable. It should be a one-off. It shouldn't be a rule like we're having here. And saying that they moved SSCs and we didn't release that quota and get it back, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. And so from the directors, and since I'm representing all 6 of them right now, we will be having individuals in seats or releasing quota in a timely fashion so that we can get the people down there and get them trained. This used to be a no-joke performance thing for me when I was a SMO manager, a district manager, and now as a director, and it's a no-joke thing again. So please, no shows, I'm going to say it really slow and clear, no shows and empty vacant seats are unacceptable unless there's an emergency. And emergencies don't mean I'm going to go in for surgery, unless it's emergency surgery. So if you have any questions about that, I'll be happy to kind of sustain the position. But please know that our vice president, deputy vice president, and your directors are all being held accountable for every empty seat that goes.
Yes, Pat.
Yeah, this is Pat, AJI training. I know we're not here to try to fix this today, but is anyone, what about the idea of, again, a confirmation 2 weeks prior, 3 weeks prior? We know the start date. So what about a process, whether automated or procedural, that gets a confirmation so that, you know, the frontline managers, not to defend anyone's situation here, but they go on leave, they're distracted, they have lives, and they go on. But maybe a 2-week window that gives us a clue that the guy actually left and did move, not the day of, but maybe 2 weeks prior, gives you a little bit more of a window. So those are the kind of things maybe that folks can think about.
And that's good information, Pat, and you're getting ahead of us, because we're going to have an activity with everybody in the room to identify some of those things. So thank you for making people start to think about that right now. So.
John Wozniak from the PMO. And looking back at you, I got to say that this is a 1% deviation. 3,000 offerings, 30 misses is 1%. So I understand the focus, and sometimes we draw lines and say this can't happen, but I would caution folks at times with some of these definitive data points, we can really get lost in managing some things that it's 1%. So what, there's got to, I know there's coming back here. Let me give you this. Here, Mary.
Jump away fast.
Hey, folks, in the interest of staying on topic and in scope, maybe we can have that conversation offline.
Yeah, no, just,
Mary,
just
we
real quick,
understand that, yes.
The ASEPs piece of it, though, leaving ASEPs empty, when we had an entire environmental string down and we had people sitting, it just can't happen. So even if it's 1%, it's 1% too many.
So,
This is Catherine in Indianapolis. You said this couldn't be fixed today. This can be fixed today. This was fixed in Indianapolis, I don't know how many years ago. And it was fixed by the district manager telling his first levels, when the quota gets allocated, you will have people enrolled within, I think he gave them, 60 days, 90 days, whatever it was. Now, like Mary said, if it's emergency surgery, then fine, you might end up with a no-show. If it's elective surgery, you generally know a few weeks in advance. So I agree. Now, an emergency no-show, sometimes that's going to happen. Non-utilized quota is unacceptable, and it doesn't happen in Indianapolis District. So we have control over this.
that's great information, and maybe you're setting a model that the rest of us should follow. And I appreciate that.
So you have a comment real quick from the field, just so I want to make sure that they, get their say in this lovely conversation. So PSS are not always given timely information on when employees relocate, retire, or go on detail. This is really a manager's responsibility.
Okay, yeah, that's true. And kudos to Indianapolis. I have the same situation in the Washington district. We don't have no-shows. And I'm sure there are many, many other districts out there that are in the same situation. Again, to your point, John, we are talking about the 1%, so it's not happening in every district. There are lots of districts out there that are not having any no-shows. Great. So there's processes in place locally, non-utilized. Non-utilized. So same deal. Plenty of districts don't have non-utilized quota. Now I've forgotten the question. Oh, yes. PSSs aren't being informed. That's a process issue. I have personally on my level at the Washington District, I have a very close relationship with our administrative officer for staffing, our AO staffing, and she lets me know when these things are happening. Managers let me know these things are happening. This has got to do with, in my opinion, the PSS establishing a rapport with your frontline managers and your TOMs. That will help resolve that issue. Do we need to have a written in an order item to address that? That's somebody higher my pay grade to decide.
And it is already written in the order that if there is a no-show, there's supposed to be a comment made. Okay, so I'm going to real quickly look at a few of the others. Manager inadvertently overlooked the course schedule. Forgot to tell the ATSS. No-show due to miscommunication of technician availability. But you look at the very last one. The learner was in Oklahoma City for training, ready to go. And there was a family emergency and they had to return home. That's a no-show. So it does happen. So, go ahead. So now we got a little activity we want you all to participate in. This is a scenario last year about an ATSS. Get ready. Had the requisite completed scheduled to attend an engine generator class. 2 weeks before the class starts, he injures his knee. Tells him, and the manager, of course, gets that notification. The first thing he isn't thinking about is, oh, I got to get somebody else in that class. He's thinking about, is the employee okay? You know, what do we need to do to help you? How can we get other employees to cover your equipment and your responsibilities, things like that. So by Friday, the manager thinks, I guess I better call the PSS and let them know this guy isn't coming. Meanwhile, in his SSC, in that particular SSC, there was another employee that needed that class. However, he was never directed to complete the prereq. So the manager releases that on a Friday. Monday, the PSS gets it. And what does the PSS do when they get that?
They start screaming and hollering at their front lines. Listen, I have this quota. Who needs it? Who needs it? After they've gone through and seen if they have any AQRs out for that very specific class, check that somebody's made the prereqs. Then they throw it out to their district. Nothing happens there. It goes to the service area. Service area can't find anybody. They give it back to QMT. And QMT goes, okay. They send out their email nationally. Hopefully fill it that way. Doesn't always happen.
So you can see there's a process here. The PSS, he can't find it. He can't find anybody. Releases it to the service center. Service center starts looking around the districts. Hey, anybody in the districts, can you use this? This takes time. Couple of days here, couple of days there. Before you know it, class begins on Monday, or class begins on the Wednesday, and still on that Monday before that class starts, the seat is empty. So we're going to ask you to think about this. Is that a non-utilized quota? Because that seat is empty on that Wednesday. Is that a non-utilized quota, or is that a no-show? How many people think it's a non-utilized quota? How many people think it's a no-show? Right. And I'm going to let Dean answer this because he is a PSS and he knows these things.
That's a non-utilized. Nobody was enrolled. He was enrolled, but he was unenrolled. So it's not an enrolled seat. Right? A no-show is the body never showed up that was enrolled.
Right. On Monday, that was returned to AJI or the quota management people. The quota was released to them on the Monday. So that's what puts it into a non-utilized quota. Yes, it's a short term. It's like, holy smokes, I'm glad you gave me this with 2 days to go. So a current state, how do we fill that? How does AJI, they get this, they're saying, okay, we got to get somebody in that seat. So how do we do this? Well, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to go to the people in Oklahoma City. They're going to say, hey, any of you SSCs in this area, can you use that slot? The second thing that they'll do is nobody can use that slot. They will go to the depot or the second level engineering support out of Oklahoma City. Now, I didn't realize till talking to Amy this morning that second level engineering relies on those spots to get people trained because they don't get a quota. Or, Amy, yes. So if they don't have anybody, then usually they try calling Darren up in Central Service area saying, hey, you got anybody that can travel from Dallas in 1 day and fill that slot? So that is how the process works. Now as a work group, we talked about building a database of personnel that say, yeah, I'm ready to go to that class in 1 day. Now, I don't know where that is, but you know, that was one of the ideas that was thought about. So now we're going to go to a real activity where everybody in the table group gets to participate. So all
right, so there are two of these that we put on your tables just now. Okay, this goes over that same scenario we just described. What we would like your groups to do is get together, identify a scenario or an event that could lead up to a no-show and another one that could lead up to a non-utilized. Okay, we're going to test your knowledge on the two and also want to see what we can come up with to prevent these things from happening. Your other option is take this, read it, and come up with two proposed solutions. Actually, let's just go with that. Let's go with fixing these two.
So we'll give you, how long, Abby? 15? Okay, let's start at 20 till. We'll come back and we'll brief it out. A different person from the last two. Yeah, so to reiterate that, and for those of you live streaming, you'll have to work by yourself. But we'd like you to identify a scenario or event that could lead to a no-show or a non-utilized quota. Just think of one, And if you have had this happen to you as a manager, as a PSS, use that. Use real-world stuff. We want to hear what's actually happening out there. Once you have that, please give us 2 mitigating circumstances, 2 things that your group could think of that could have maybe helped reduce that or prevented it.
Okay, folks, we got about 2 minutes and we want to start the brief out.
We're going to start just 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, welcome back, everybody in the room and all of you live streaming people. I hope you got your answer or your scenarios all worked out. So I want to start out by thanking a person in the back of the room, Celeste. She's back there taking notes of everything that's said here. So we're going to start with table 1, but as part of the work group, one of the things that we heard about no-shows was that it was actually put in the comments, and this wasn't this year, but it was last year or the year before, that there was a no-show because the employee forgot to attend. Yep. So we're going to turn this over to Dean, and he's going to go through the briefing.
Okay, so I guess we'll start with table 1, and again, remember the person doing the brief out cannot be any of the last 2.
Diane Montgomery, quota management team, power services for GNS and everything. We actually ran out of time. We were talking about examples of no-shows and non-utilized quota. So was our task then to answer one of these or to make up our own? Because we were discussing that when the buzzer rang. Okay.
Either or.
So I was sharing some real life scenarios of each.
We only have 2 minutes.
Okay. So okay, here's an example of a no-show. We had an employee that was enrolled, told the manager he couldn't go. Manager got busy with his 46 other items of priority for the day, never reported to the PSS, and it was a no-show. So that's an example of ours.
So the manager just didn't get to it.
Just didn't get to it.
So how do we fix that?
Well, I would say we have to start at the lowest level because that's where the problem arose. I think that internally the PSSs and managers need to do a little calendar check to make sure that these are the people that you have coming up for training in the next whatever timeline works for them. I don't want to have to say what they need to do, but they need to go through a check. One example is the revalidation error report. Quota management used to do that on a monthly basis. And this is where I think a lot of especially the newbies on board in the training community, don't know about all these reports. I consistently work with the PPMOs, but the revalidation is where quota exists that you don't know about. You may have somebody enrolled, but if they moved SSCs, moved to another state, it's in that other quota batch, and unless you go see it, it's not there. You won't know about it.
Great, thank you, Diane. Table 2. Hi, Donna.
Thank you, Donna Muse.
From the Boston district.
We have two scenarios. Our non-utilized quota, the cause was the employee was closing on a mortgage. And so our fixes for that scenario were share the reason with the director.
I wholeheartedly agree with that one.
That is
a former employee in the Boston district.
Or also utilize a national wait list to eliminate the non-utilized quota. And our second no-show was the wife of the employee went into early labor and he could not leave for the class. So we also said either utilize a local wait list or a national wait list of people who are prepared to go on short notice.
During our work group, we identified that as a potential resolution to this situation, is having a national wait list to identify those people that could go at the drop of a hat. I'm going to make the assumption that plan is designed to handle situations like that. It is. I'm getting nods from Alan Seacrest. So we're addressing that.
And the second one where the employee's wife had a baby, that's understandable, but did they not know they were going to have a baby a month ago? I'm just asking.
Yes, in our scenario, the baby was due in 6 weeks and came 6 weeks early.
Okay, table 3. Okay, I'm Mike Rohr. I'm from Seattle Engineering Services, New Hire Center Manager. For a scenario, our group kind of actually just talked about patterns of no-shows rather than any particular one, and we started talking about the mitigations pretty quickly. And we were thinking a deadline for all allocated quota of 60 days, so the managers get people in there quickly. And then, very similar to you guys with the local wait list, but we were thinking just a mandatory backup. Anytime SSC manager goes to put somebody in there, they put a backup right behind them. As we mentioned, it's not an allocated quota for a person, it's the quota is allocated to the SSC, so it's the SSC manager's job to make sure somebody's there for it.
Thank you. Table 4, which is short-staffed right now because we're up here presenting.
I'm Jill McCarty from the quota management team. I gave an example of something that happened, it was probably a couple weeks ago, and the reason for the release, it was about a week before class started, was the employee's travel card, brand new travel card, was stolen directly out of their mailbox. And so what do? We were discussing about how, well, there was some things the manager could have done in the field potentially. I didn't know this, but I guess you can have a card FedEx to you, at the last minute. So I didn't know that, but when it comes back to me at, quota management team, I don't really have much control over something like that, so.
Okay, great, thank you. And I think you actually had a situation like that recently, didn't you?
Yes, an employee, the day that he was supposed to travel to the class beginning the next day, my credit card doesn't work. I think I threw away the new card and kept the old card. So we were able to get that person there by doing CBA, and it was a lot of work. So, table 5.
I want to share about one instance that happened a couple years ago. You all remember when E2 came online. We actually had a gentleman who went to the airport, was ready to get on his plane, found out he did not have a flight reservation, was mortified, ended up having a heart attack at the airport. He was so upset about it. So we were notified by the manager because they were actually at that airport. It was at Detroit, so it was horrible. It was really horrible. As far as a non-utilized, we did have recently a technician who, we've actually had 2 technicians in the same unit. One of them ERR'd out, and we were notified about a week ago that his ERR was accepted. He was leaving. We wanted to let him keep the quota that he was taking to his new SSC, which was over in Eastern, but they didn't have the same radar, so he couldn't use it. We didn't have anybody else who had the prerequisite done, so we couldn't utilize it either, so we had to release it. And we are very much on board with the creating a backup list, a wait list of anybody who is willing to go with a moment's notice.
Great, thank you. And just 2 years ago, I had that exact same scenario where they ERR'd to another region. Luckily, I was able to let the quota follow that technician, and it still got used. But great example. That happens more often than you would think, I think. Next table.
Okay, Mike Flynn, Renton, Washington. Spent 10 years in Las Vegas as an SSC manager, so I could give a shout out to my guys in Vegas watching on streaming. But I'd also I want to recognize the women in the FAA, because I believe that we've probably had women that gave birth on a Friday and still made the class on a Wednesday. I do not doubt that, because women are tougher than men. Yes. Couple examples we had. So Sometimes technicians underestimate the importance of the prerequisite, wait till the last minute. Friday they're taking the tests, they fail out, they didn't complete the prerequisite. Doesn't give us enough time to unenroll that person and get somebody in that seat. So that's kind of a no-show example. What's it called? The other one? The non-utilized? Generally, work-life issues come up, something comes up, and surgeries or some family matter comes up. And generally, a lot of times, people do know in advance, so it's poor communication, really. We're not communicating with each other of what the needs are. I think some of the fixes are, there are a lot of technicians that have a bag ready and will go. They just don't know about it. SSC managers don't know. A lot of this is not really on their radar day to day. But maybe in the dashboard somewhere, I like the wait list idea. That's a great idea. But let's use our people, and if they know about it, technicians will talk among themselves. Hey, do you know that this class is coming up? They're looking for somebody. And let's advertise through our people and get them talking about it, and we could fill those quotas.
Great, thank you. Great input. I just wanted to clarify, you said some of the managers are not, it's not on their radar sending the guys to school, is that what you said?
No, and Tom kind of talked about this. When a work-life matter comes up, you're not automatically thinking, you know, he's got a class in 2 weeks.
What's coming up down the road.
Right.
Gotcha. Next table, please.
Good afternoon. This is Joshua Zumsteg. I'm from the Western Service Center, TPMO. And the example that we had for a no-show is we had an individual traveling to Oklahoma City, had a connection. Their flight got canceled, and it wasn't going to get the student to the academy in time. So unfortunately, you know, it was a no-show because we, you know, in coordination with the academy, they said that they would not be able to make up the time. So, you know, a resolution is to possibly look at other times earlier in the day and instead of trying to look at the last flight out, you know, have a little bit of flexibility when looking at the reservations. The second example that we had, you know, Thursday afternoon, you have a district release quota for a class that starts on a Monday, right? So, you know, we come in on a Friday morning. You know, we don't have a whole lot of time to advertise this quota out to the district. But you know, we release the quota back. It's going to be a non-utilized quota, and this just kind of backs up what the consistency has been with the national wait list or even a local wait list for those districts. But thank you.
Great, thanks a lot.
Hi, Catherine, Indy. We talked about both no-shows and non-utilized. I think we all know that no-shows are something that should be beyond our control. The non-utilized, well, actually, we do a lot in Indianapolis to try to prevent no-shows. You know, we make sure that the enrollments are made. We send enrollment emails to the manager. We copy their MPA. We don't send them directly to the employee because training is an assignment of work. I'm a bargaining unit member. I'm not going to tell anybody else that they have to go to this class. So it's important for the manager to have that discussion with their employee. It's also mandated by the order. They have to go through the pre-train form, and then the pre-train form is also used for fund certification. And then we send out a monthly quota utilization report that shows who's enrolled in what. And even with all of that, we're the ones who had a no-show because the manager didn't tell his guy that he was going to the class. So there are, and there was a discussion that the district manager had with that other manager. I wasn't part of that, but so even though
there was a training opportunity
for. Yes, yes, it wasn't documented though. So, but for the non-utilized quota, especially the example you had up there for the Kohler class, I thought that was really interesting because we have lost out on things like that. And that 120-hour CBI, you know, you cannot ask a technician to get that done in 2 weeks. That's not fair. One of the things that I would suggest is when that quota, when you know you can't use it, don't waste time trying to find somebody else to go in your district. Send it back and let them do it. It's not actually our quota anyway. I mean, it's allocated to us, but it actually belongs to AJI. So that's what I would say, and that's what we talked about.
Yeah, I think the order actually reads that you release it to the service center, and then from there it goes back to AJI. I think, I'm pretty certain that's how the order reads.
Okay, next table, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Alan Seacrest, Jacksonville PSS, detailed to AJI. We talked about pretty much the same thing everybody else has. You know, somebody's had a heart attack, couldn't make it. It was a Saturday. My example was Saturday. Somebody had a heart attack. They had to travel Monday, so that was a no-show. Couldn't get the quota filled in time. I'm sorry. No-show. Non-utilized. You know, you try. You get a quota, you had them enrolled, you released it, you advertised your district, give it a TPMO, they advertise it. Again, to speed that up, our fix with that, not just E1, send it back to QMT. They might be sitting on AQRs that we don't know about. All right? So that would be the fastest fix for that, not to bypass our TPMOs, we include them on the CC. We advertise our employees going to school at 45 days. All right, we send them the travel letter. We also send it, we're not assigning work because managers already enrolled them. They said, enroll Johnny. Johnny's gone to school. So we put them on the travel letter, send it to the employees so they know it's a reminder. Manager may have told them in October. This is now April. So they get their authorization. They can work on their E2. The manager got it, and the MPA. So we don't think we're bypassing anybody by doing that because we're not assigning work. So that's
All right, thank you. And table 10.
Chris Duminy, AMA 900 NAS Technical Services Division. We talked about a couple of things. One, for the no-show, we could be students on his way traveling to the academy and got in a serious accident and got injured and, you know, in the hospital, can't make it. That's one thing. The other one would be, say the student was prepared to go, and just hours before leaving, the manager called him because the power of the center went out and now no planes are flying. So he brings this one certified tech in to get the system going back in. It's a 4-day class, so he can't make up for the training. So that would be another unutilized service.
Great, thank you very much. While you were doing that, we put some bullets up on the board, and these are the things that we're asking of everybody here, you know, and the people out there. You know, these are the things we can do. These are within our control. And as our PSS from Indy pointed out, the bottom one there, release the quota as soon as we know that it can't be used.
So Brenda, who is a PSS in the Atlanta district, said in our district we notify 2 weeks in advance of the start date. That's, I guess, their best practice, but she would like to know how they can get people listed on the short notice list.
That's a great question. I don't know. Yeah, we will have to create one. That's what we talked about. Was that the only one? Cool.
Part of that is we get the 56-day report from the quota management team. There are 2 other reports that are available in Simris, 28-day and 14-day. So you can go in there any time as a PSS and see what's open. And we get these 56 days coming out all the time. As soon as you see that and you want it, go after it. Submit your AQR, verify all your stuff, verify your SEP, verify your prereqs for whoever you want to send, and send it on.
This is Pat, AJI Technical Training. One of the things we want to do when we have the SMEs come and work with us on the ELMS version of the training plan is to see what capabilities are there. We've talked about the idea of when an employee is enrolled, that they, at that point, they check a box that says they'd be willing to go to another class, a sooner class. There's the beginning of potentially a hot list, ready to go list. The person's already, clearly, they need the training. It's in their training plan. And so we've thought about those things, and we want to look at what ELMS can do in the area of the training plan to begin to build that you can call it hot list, ready to go list, next man up, whatever. So it's something to think about, and we're going to look at it with the SMEs. And if there's any other ideas, that'd be a place maybe to think about it.
Brian Leffler, Western Service Center. We don't have to build it. It's already in ELMS. ELMS has wait lists on every scheduled offering. They use it for fly courses. They use it for air traffic courses. It's already there. We just have to come up with the business processes on how we get them onto that wait list.
I think something to keep in mind also with the wait list. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Amy Brummett, Quota Management. When we have a short-term release, then typically our process is to email out to anybody and everybody that we have a short-term release and that's open. The problem with going to a list, a short list, is that you're waiting for them to respond. So if you go to a list of 10 people that can come to the class, you're really not hitting everybody who might be able to send a short-term person.
Thank you. Donna Muse, PSS, Boston District. And speaking of the ELMS capabilities, is it also possible for periodic reminders to be sent from ELMS to employees when they're enrolled in classes? Yeah. Okay, good. Right, thank you.
So Dean and I would like to thank you all for participation. As you see, there's a quote here about culture. We're trying to change a culture in training people. That's what we're trying to do. That's what we're here for. We want to change the culture. We want to get people to Oklahoma City. So I want to thank everybody for participating. The Dean and Tom show will next be seen about 6 o'clock in the billiards room tonight. So please stop by there.
The F5 IPA is really good.
Thank you, guys. I do have one comment to add to that. When I was the Nav Concepts instructor, what I would do if I had a no-show, first break, I'd be on the phone. I'd be calling the logistics center. I had a contact there. I'd be calling 900, my contact there, and engineering. Can anybody be over here within the hour? And that worked. I had quite a few that ended up getting filled because I had a contact in all those locations that were local and across at Will Rogers. So that's another aspect that can be used through the academy if they let their instructors do that. Okay, is everybody ready for break? Yes. That wasn't very exciting. You want to stay? Yes. Ah! Okay, we'll see you in 30 minutes. Okay, everybody, time to start again. Abby's got a few words before we start.
All right, folks, as you're taking your seats, I just wanted to say thank you for your feedback. Can we bring the mix music down in the house? Thank you. For those of you that are interested, we do have a Tech Ops Training Summit play mix. If you want the mix of the music, we have that available as well. Because it is about fun, right? Because when you're having fun, your creative juices are flowing, you think differently, and etc. So I just wanted to like do a quick check because many of you gave feedback and we're grateful for it. So folks, can we get seated? So the temperature in the room was a concern. Who thinks it's cold in here? Raise your hand. Yeah, so our wonderful host from Marriott, Mohammed, was in here and just put a couple more logs on the fire, and he's going to come check on us in about 20 minutes to see if the warm-up plan worked. Some other things that were identified as needing work was we didn't introduce people in the room. So I know that Pat and Jim have got a gigantic agenda for you. And so what we're going to do is kind of strangely at the end of the day, we'll go around and do introductions at the table groups. I'm really sorry about that. We got like into a momentum this morning and we missed that. So please accept my apologies. And I think for safety briefing, I think that was a request of where are the emergency locations. So in the event of a tornado, we're going to go next door. Okay, I really don't think there's going to be a tornado this week because my local Oklahoma people would have looked at me like, but so I think we're good. Yeah, there could be an earthquake, but we're good. So in the event of a fire, what we're going to do is we're going to go out the front door, and we're going to turn right, and we're going to meet in the ball field that's directly behind this building. Okay, so that should take care of our emergency plans. Okay. Woo. Okay, so I want to encourage you all to ask questions. Ask questions. You don't have to wait till the end or get permission. You can ask questions on the fly. Let's see. And what do we have? So there was a question about where's the water? The water's right there. And it's clean water. You can use your own vessel, or they have plastic recyclable cups that you can use. It's good, nice, yummy water. And let's see. Will there be follow through on what we do here? Absolutely. One of the things that we'll be talking about at the end of today and the end of tomorrow is what's our cadence and who wants to be involved where? Because I bet with all of the diversity in the room, people have different passions. There's nothing worse than feeling like you're a hostage on a work group you don't want to be on. Conversely, there's nothing more inspirational than being involved in something you care about. So if there's interest areas over the next 2 days where you want to raise your hand and say, pick me, we'll pick you. Because everybody's ideas matter, and where you're passionate, we're going to get your best self showing up. And just so you know,
Welcome to Carvana. Carvana is the only place where you can buy a car from click to delivery.
I have a vision for a church that loves others more than we've been loved, who serve others more than we have been served, that gives more than we have received. People so overwhelmed with the love of God that we love and accept people right where they are, but we love and point them to a Jesus who will make them new. When we come together, we are the local church, and we believe that the local church is the hope of the world.
seats.
I'm not speaking for you. I'm just.
All right, come on, come on, come on. We're volunteers. And thank you very much. Don't stop. All right, let's take a seat. All right. Ready, ready?
Absolutely.
All right.
This one.
Yep. It is hot.
It is on.
It is. It doesn't shut off. I noticed earlier. I'm sitting here back here playing with it. It doesn't shut off. All right, let's take your seats. Okay, if you look at your schedules, this is the last presentation before we have the end of the day out briefing or recap. So don't forget your index cards. Tell us what is working, what is not working. Well, that's for this morning. You got to do it for the afternoon as well. And what we have missed, okay? These are going to be used by the host, the management here, so that we can go over them, read them to improve for tomorrow and for future summits, okay? So please fill them out, leave them on your table before we leave this afternoon. We've got a lot of them. Thank you. All right, our next person, this is a hot topic.
Always.
Appendix
Always.
5 discussion. Okay, we have Robert Collins, ATSS as well, Airway Transportation System Specialist. That will be talking about Appendix 5. And he has actually been on the Great Wall of China.
That is correct. I've been on the Great Wall of China.
All right, it's all yours.
Is that an amusement ride in New Jersey?
You know, it's a mixed company in here, so I can't come back with that really fast, quick shot. Live streaming. And it is a family-orientated show. Right. All right, John. So anyway, my name is Robert Collins. I'm from AJI 2310. All right, prior to arriving there, I'm going to just give a little quick brief background. So my first 4 years in the United States Marine Corps, I carried a weapon every day, and I had to deal with Navy every day. It was really cool because one of the great things about it was, as a 20-year-old, you can put a commander on the ground because he gave the wrong duress code. All right, and so that was kind of like offset. The Navy didn't really care for us too much because we always got front of the line privileges to go eat. So, needless to say, we're off to a good start. I then went to Naval Air Station, Millington, Tennessee, and I met the infamous John Wozniak. John and I were both, our favorite word of diamonds, hardest rock known to men. And we were students in Marine Air Traffic Control radar systems. That was in 1981. In 1983, I had my first exposure to FAA training. I went to the second course that was offered at the Naval Air Station Millington with a mixed cadre of FAA instructors and Navy ETs. Navy ETs, right? Loved ETs because I went to a lot of schools with them. And that was my first exposure, and we started out with 12 people in the class and finished with 6. So it was definitely a different environment. Fast forward to I retired. I retired in 1997, so I've been with the agency almost 20 years, coming up in October, thankfully. And I started off in Providence. I did 1 year in Providence, and I went to Boston. I met Donna Muse. So Donna could tell you how Boston was in the late 90s. It was quite the zoo. Right. Was it? Or was it not? Right. It was a wicked pissa, right? And believe me, that's a New England euphemism. That's not bad. All right. That means awesome. All right. So anyway, I don't want to digress too much further. In full disclosure, originally I was going to brief on certification and Appendix 5. All right? I do have a tendency sometimes to lecture. I don't always mean to do that, but sometimes it comes across that way. So Andre, you don't have to hear that certification brief again. But one of the things that I do want to take care of housekeeping is once again to reiterate that this summit is a game changer. And I don't want to take that much time, but for the people that were up in Washington, program analysts, Valerie, both Valeries, and Eddie, and people, when we first started in 2015, it was a different dynamic, and it's changed. And there's one thing that Steve never mentioned, nor Abby mentioned, was our VP. And last year, when we had our meeting out here, first one in many years with the Academy and AJI, our VP said, I have to apologize to you. And we're like, okay, what's that for? He goes, well, we did the 5960 rule. When they briefed, Terry Bristol, it was 59 seconds air traffic. 59 seconds, I'm sorry, 59 minutes, I had that backwards. Thank you. It was 59 minutes air traffic, 60 seconds tech ops. And for me, that was like, wow, that was amazing. And so the reason I'm telling you this is that I'm sure there's some people that, don't necessarily always believe what AJI is saying. Unfortunately, through the years, that's been that way. When you mention AJI, you hear, oh, here's the clown car. I've heard that one. Or the eye rolls from AJI. So we do take this very seriously. I take it very seriously. And Appendix 5 is something that I absorbed in 2015, and there was a lot of work that needed to be done on it. It is far from it is a very imperfect system. It's still a work in progress. We actually had a Lean Six Sigma team put together. And due to funding constraints, we couldn't have everybody involved. Would have liked to have everybody involved for the work group, but Steve Noss made the decision this is how many people were going to be here. We did start, and we started to change some of the procedures, and we integrated with everybody. We had people from Nicole Payne was there because of FSEP, because everybody loves FIC code, right? Everybody, bane of my existence, FIC codes, right? Because we see a lot of them. And so when you look at it, in an abstract, there are issues that we still exist. And it's been a learning experience, and it's one that continues to be. But at the same time, it's also one of the most rewarding things that when we get it right. And sometimes it's not getting it right as fast as possible. But at the same point, for me anyway, it's been a very good experience because I've learned. And it's one of those moments where you stand there and you go, wow, we should have knew that. But unfortunately, it happens. And so, I do have to give a shout out to the PSSs because they've been very patient for the most part. They will call up. They will call up, or they'll text me and say, hey, Robert, we got this problem. You need to address it. And, believe it or not, I listen to them. They might not believe that, but I do. And Catherine, by the way, just one more full disclosure. I had asked for you and Christy to be here because when we first seen the list, it was like, hey, where's all the PSSs? And I didn't recognize all the other PSSs. I only knew Donna and Diana was on the list. So just be nice on the Appendix 5 portion. Anyway, as I mentioned earlier, it is a very cumbersome process. And unfortunately, it is also one of the most critical because as we go along, it is the certification requirements, all right? And there are so many different scenarios that are involved that, if it's not correct, it impacts a lot of stuff, okay? So, for instance, everybody's talking about CTS, right? When we do an update for Appendix 5, Guess what? That information goes to CTS. It goes twice a month. It goes off. All right? There are times we've missed it. We have missed it. You know, we just had an incident that just happened over just the last couple of days. And this is one of the things that you face sometimes. So anybody familiar with the term WHAM? And I'm not talking about the group. Okay? WHAM, wide area multilateration. Okay? So one of the things that we'd seen was Southern Cal TRACON calls up and says, hey, we got IOC this Thursday. And we don't see it in the update. Okay. I start looking through all my emails, going back, and I talk, and I says, did you talk to your AJI rep? Yep, we talked to him. And he said it was going to be in on the 1st. And I'm like, well, if he said it was going to be in the 1st, it should have been there. I might have dropped the ball. But here was the problem. All right? In the Appendix 5, under WHAM, it only mentioned Juneau and Colorado. Right? They were using Charlotte, North Carolina. And then they go, are you familiar with that? I said, yeah, you didn't have enough radars down in Charlotte, so they used the multilateration system in its place. And now you're taking and putting it in Southern Cal TRACON. They go, yeah. And I said, it's all local developed training. Yep. I said, where's it in Appendix 5? And they go, it's on page 33. 33. I go, 33. It's under TARS. TARS. Right? So they listed it. So again, you know, it was one of these things that pops up because, again, we have a very cumbersome process. The existing servers that we had previously are no longer in service. And so when I make an updates, and like the last time we had an updates, there was like 12 pages. 12 pages of updates. It goes off to AMA 405, and it also goes off to CIMRIS. And it's very cumbersome because we're not that nimble. And one of the things on the work group that we were supposed to have was an electronic version, which would have kept the legacy view for the PSSs. And I say the legacy view because that's what the PSSs wanted. All right? In the National Training Telecon, we actually took a vote on, not Telecon, but at the National Training Summit, we took a vote on that. You know, and it also had been discussed on the Lean Six Sigma process, the same thing, that we were going to have a legacy view because it shows all the courses that are available. All right? And so where we get into these things, from my perspective, just a second, we have two examples. All right? And there are a lot more like this. Okay, on the one hand, you got the ASR 9. That's pretty straightforward. Okay? Very straightforward. But then you get into the ECS and the radios, and yes, I got radios too. So it can be very confusing. And, you know, from the PSS's perspective, if there's the verbiage is not correct, or the data is incorrect, it's a very big problem. And so we have to constantly go back and readjust and change out. There are certain things that we put in, certain things put out. So, you know, it's a very short spiel because I know you have a lot of questions. So feel free. Yes. Yes.
So Robert, how can the audience help you with this? Do you want to do table groups and have people do some discussions, or what question are you posing to us, my friend?
I will ask the PSSs because they're the most knowledgeable people about this system. The appendix, they use it day in, day out. So it's one of those things that, you know, we're going to have it for foreseeable future. All right, maybe in you know, Pat's process and Jim's process gets off the ground and everything works. But you know, one of the things is that's a definite, you know, the 500-pound gorilla in the room is certification tracking, because that is all dependent on Appendix 5. What's put on Appendix 5 gets populated. So, oh, that's too much help.
I think that really what we need to do is get some feedback as to what you all think you would like to see with regard to the certification process. By the way, I'm Charles Stimley. I'm AJI 23. And anyway, I think that would be a great call out as to let's get some feedback as to what they would like to see with regard to the certification process.
Go ahead.
Dean LeGrand, Washington District, PSS. One of the things that has been a pain in my, or burn my saddle, under my saddle, has been the and gate or gate dance we go through every time we read one of these things, especially on ECS. This course and or, and the punctuation doesn't really line up to make it easily understandable.
Correct.
You can have this course and this course, or this course instead of that course and that course. What can we do about that?
Who said a spreadsheet? So then we have another tool for another tool for another. You want to expound on that?
Sure. Sorry. So obviously this is probably in Excel, so if you just broke each one of these into shaded areas or different lines, then it would be more defined. And okay, but that would be my suggestion, because sometimes there'll be a typo where the parentheses or brackets in the wrong spot, but that's what I would suggest.
Okay, so
Can you use the mic?
let's pull back a little bit. Let's try this again. Let's go ahead and break up into our table groups, and let's have the conversations in our table groups with regard to what you all think would be a help to us fixing the CTS program. And then at the end, we will go ahead and get together and have presentations like we have done in the past. And please have someone take the notes so that we can keep it for later use. Appendix 5. We have about...
we got 45 minutes.
45 minutes to do this.
All right, everybody ready? Microphones are great. Is everybody ready? Come on, the sooner you finish, the sooner you get to go someplace else. So first table. The very, very, very first. I was going to go counterclockwise or clockwise.
Hi, Christy from Indianapolis, PSS. As I understood it, when Abby came around, she was asking for feedback on a specific situation that you presented us. The TARS WAM being out of order.
Mm-hmm.
My recommendation to mitigate that or fix that would be attention to detail. Simply, when you fix the Excel sheet, reorganize it and re-alphabetize it by the FAC. When people are putting changes in there, we've seen it before. A year ago, the A started on page 5.
Right.
It's just a minor
Right.
detail.
And that one was more just a typo going back and correct it.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, the ASR looks wonderful. And the ECS that you had up there as an example, I talked a lot about removing the canceled courses. And you and I have talked about this before, and I understand you got pressure from that.
Right.
If you remove the canceled courses and fix the equivalency tables, you wouldn't have this problem.
That's correct.
It is a certification requirements document published twice a month. Why do I see a course on there that was canceled in 2011? Excuse me. I don't believe that would be too much trouble.
Right.
You know, take the canceled courses out, fix the equivalency tables.
And that was our intent. If everybody from when we did our work, we recognized that fact that that was an issue, then we were going to do that. Unfortunately, the electronic version that was going to do that, because if you remember, we were going to have 2 views, one with all the legacy stuff, even the canceled stuff would still be in there. And then the second page was just going to be your active courses, just as you said, which, you know, unfortunately, when I actually took a vote on this, when we were down in the national, what do you want? And they asked for both views.
When you took a vote down in the national training conference?
Yeah, the PSSs.
Where a third or less of the PSS actually attended? Okay. I'm just saying.
I didn't set the audience.
Okay,
so.
but you, okay. Yes.
Right.
Okay. Absolutely.
Right.
Okay. Abby, I don't know if have we met the requirements of what you asked us to do? Speaking specifically to those issues? Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Appendix 5, you made a comment recently that I probably know it better than you. It's not that I know it better than you, it's that I care so much about it.
Right.
I'm not saying you don't, you have a different perspective on it. To me, it's my Bible. It is the document by which I work off of every single day.
That's
and if
correct.
I can't defend what you've put in, what is put in that document, then I have an issue with that. And I can't defend a lot of what's in there right now.
Correct.
Good afternoon. I'm Todd Hoot. I'm part of the Office of Labor Analysis, which is part of the FAA Finance Staff Office. Nice to meet you. My colleague Peter Bobrowski's over there as well. We're probably the ones that know the least about this whole area, so I'm up here reading this. And this is actually more of a stream of consciousness rather than some real concrete recommendations, but I'll just read what they gave me. Perhaps this Appendix 5 is yet another thing that can be incorporated into the plan. Pat, so if you have any issue with that, he's at our table, so talk to him. One other thing, I think it was mentioned over here as well, Enforce data integrity, so there are courses in there that no longer exist and haven't for a long time about pieces of equipment that don't exist in the NAS anymore. So let's try to clean some of that stuff up. And then just one, I guess, sort of formatting thing on the spreadsheet you showed earlier. That's hard to read, some proper and or gates and parentheses and things like that would really clean that up.
Right. So first off, it's not a spreadsheet. It's actually a Word document.
Comes from a spreadsheet.
Okay. Just putting it out there. So, listen. Thank you. I'm lecturing. I apologize. So.
Conley Wicker, I'm an instructor with AMA 400, also the PACE president. And what we came up with was if we were to get Appendix 5 added into ELMS, as was talked about earlier, that would allow ELMS to tell you if an employee is qualified to be certified, and if not, what needs to be done to get them certified, which would rectify, as long as we have proper data input the first time, you could leave the ands and ors and all that, but you would never see them. The program would sort them for you.
I'm Mike Eidenshank. I'm from AMA 400 as well. And believe it or not, we had the same discussion about Megan Elms do a lot of this. The data's there, and the most frustrating part on our team in regards to the Appendix 5 is the same stuff everybody else is talking about. It's sort of hard to understand. And I don't have a background in this part of this is my first time, so I'm inquiring a lot from these folks. And they have a lot of good information. But even the ones who've been doing it for a while, they're like, I really don't know how to fix this. So I challenge you, Robert. It is a tough thing to tackle, and God bless you.
Thank you. He is my, in full disclosure, him and I also do CP, so.
Good afternoon. I'm Ed Grant from the Atlanta TPMO office. Everything everybody else said was the same thing we said, so we can go. Actually, we were saying more so maybe a flow chart, something like that, something that will separate the fit codes and better use of the equivalencies and define the roles and responsibilities. That's correct.
Eddie Bunton with AJI 2310. Eddie Bunton with AJI 2310. We came up with the same concept, same conclusion. Pat, do you have room in there for this system? If we can consolidate this system with your system, with Elam, then we may be able to follow up with, follow the system throughout the process, at least the training portion. Punctuation, I can't even say it, is very important in putting the process together. Being able to define the actual definitions and wording and being able to follow the process, do the process is very important. So I guess I don't have anything else to say.
Bobby's, oh, go ahead, Don. Go ahead.
All right, sorry. Don Taylor, AJW 135 out of Washington, D.C., surveillance weather. It's very confusing, and it takes a lot of the manager's time to try to, figure out, like you say, all of these gates, ands, ors and such. But formatting and clarifying the sets of, required courses there, like in the FIST, if we could make it a little bit dynamic, relational. You put in the information and it could, auto-load a number of these, and it kind of removes you from that error-prone when you're trying to decipher things. You might enter a course number wrong inadvertently, which is going to, affect, the training.
Oh, you used to have to see it earlier. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Eddie can verify this. When we had the old system, we were input. Eddie would physically watch me put the data in and we'd go, where'd it go? No lie. Yep, one wrong number or one keystroke.
Boom.
Bobby Simpkins, Jacksonville District, OSM, AJI, helping Pat out. I think his plan's great. I think everybody else thinks it is too. One of the things that Catherine brought up, which I think is really an important part of it, and we kind of questioned it around the table, was his plan's great as long as the data that's creating the ands and the ors and the theories of operations and the
Is
Ps
accurate.
is accurate. So we asked the question at the table, and maybe we're going to ask you, Robert, who is the responsible party for ensuring that an ASR9 or an ECS that, I want to use this term one last time, path to certification is correct, because ultimately if we move it into ELMS, it's going to be curriculum, and that's the way it's going to be called as curriculum. Who is responsible for that, and who would be responsible for it going forward from there?
Whoever gets to take over Appendix 5? No. Seriously. And I'm not going to give up Appendix 5 because that's just not in my nature. I will keep Appendix 5.
I mean, asking the question, you're responsible, you're the go-to person that says whatever theory of operations, OJT performance exam, and goes forward, you're the one who says that is the correct one for that path?
No. So the way it is set up is people in AJI, for instance, I'll just give you an example. Bobby Miller does terminal automation. So anything that's involved with terminal automation, he will tell me that has to be changed. I cannot go in there. I will input the data and submit it, but I cannot go into other people's responsibilities. It comes down because they're the ones that are drilling down on it. I mean, I have a hard enough time with the radios at times. Mike and I go back and forth and go, hey, dude, what's up with this? And so it's one of those things where you see it, so it's dependent upon who it does. We do have a point of contact. We did have a listing. We could resend that back out again as each one, like Stephen Michalespi, he does ERAM. So he's doing the in-route automation. So yes, in answer to your question, it's specifically designed that each team member that's responsible for the training has the overall content management. So in case of like radios, yeah, I'm the dummy. And then in case of, say, lighted nav aids, I'll also do that. But then Eddie will do the switching networks, and et cetera extended. Scott does the nav aids. So he submitted, in fact, I will submit today. At the end of the day, I will be doing an update. And yes. Okay. Good to go.
So ultimately, our table agrees that the best case scenario is that the curriculum, the path to certification, is moved into ELMS where it's most best suited to be, because all the other information is there to make it work.
Right, and that was one of the things that I had said to Pat earlier. And when we were first talking about this several times, because Pat and I have talked about it, was at first, and I just found out yesterday, when you guys were doing your modeling, you hadn't really reached out to FIST yet. And then when we talked yesterday, found out that, yes, in fact, that you had reached out to FIST. And Catherine's point is very spot on, because if the data isn't accurate, we're still going to have mistakes. And so that's the biggest hurdle I see, is to make sure all those line up. Because once we do that, it should be, or I should just refer to it theoretically, possible to keep it accurate after that.
My name is Kerry Olson. I'm at table number 9. I'm from Chicago District. I'm an operations support, Chicago District operations support manager. We would be vote number 6 with the ELMS idea if ELMS functions in a way that could be acceptable. The big problem for me, and we had some lengthy conversation here. I was also part of the Lean Sigma 6 team that was working on Appendix 5. It's not easily solvable, which is that Appendix 5 actually sets the, I call it the DMV requirements, the minimum theory, OJT, behind the wheel, and driver requirements for people to certify NAS equipment. who is the one who should be making that determination? To me, it's always a little goofy that the ones that are making the course objectives are not proving out the validity of it all. I'm just throwing that out there. We had some ideas, which were creating a different database that looks a little bit different, maybe color coding our current Appendix 5 so that the Boolean logic actually is a little bit easier to validate. These are just things that we were throwing out there. I even liked this one. I thought that AJI, this one came from me, that AJI should work with Nicole Payne, and that we should throw the certification requirements from Appendix 5 right onto the FSEP desk guide. That way the FSEP desk guide can just have the whole history from the beginning of the FIT code to the very end of every single theory, OJT, and performance exam requirement that has ever existed. She's not here right now, but to defend herself, she'd be... But our number one vote was the LMS, though. Anyways, I was like,
so
thank you.
Carrie, and just to comment on that really quick, it's interesting because I actually do go see Nicole, and one of the things I had to do it the other day for ECG, and that was a technical refresher course because of a FIT code. There was an issue with the FIT code, and we're going to have to change that one again, although Roberta said, no, not yet. Anyway, so... To make a long story short, she said something very interesting because I had asked her specifically, I said, what would happen if, say, the Cimerus CTS contract ends in October? I said, what would happen if we stopped it? Would it input you? And she said, no. And she goes, in fact, we're going to be able to track certifications in tech ops. And I'm like, okay.
Okay. So we have some questions from the field.
Chris Domini, MA 900, NAS Technical Services. We looked at it like, why reinvent the wheel? I guess everybody's probably shopped online before, so, you know, it's sort of like ordering automobile parts, sorry. So you select the type of make your vehicle is, the year your vehicle is, and it kind of filters down to what you need. So something similar to that. So you start off with what system you're looking for, click drop down, click that, and then it gives you what services or what other piece you need to that, and it funnels down, and finally it gives you what you need, the filtering it down to the final piece of training that you need to with the prerequisites and stuff. So something simple like that, not reinventing the wheel, have a search part, whatever, just like online. So that's kind of what we came up with. We like the ELMS idea as well. We just didn't come up with that one.
Okay, so a couple things that came in from the field suggestions. To strengthen certification process, we need to have a certification guru, like we had in the past years, Larry Miller, Rick Koch, good job, to set policy nationally. Can this happen? It was suggested at the PSD meeting in April, so that's just something that they threw out there.
Okay.
Somebody else said not have equivalencies on Appendix 5.
Somebody must have asked my mind on that because I actually wanted to do that.
And have training listed in Appendix 5 be a short list, and then make sure that the FIST table, F-I-S-T, table is up to date and list equivalencies there, or things that came in.
Really? Thanks. Wait till tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Robert. Okay, we need to do a little bit of housekeeping before we leave this afternoon. We're not done yet. We still got another half hour, but we need some housekeeping done. You need to clean up your tables before we leave. Take everything with you, but leave your name tags on the tables, okay? So for our last half hour, we have 3 contestants that are going to participate in this. The first one is a diehard National fans. Anybody guess? Abby Smith. All right, Abby Smith. Okay, the second one is one of 7 children. God, I hope those not all girls like in my family.
Aren't you the only boy?
No, we got 5 girls and 1 boy. You're lucky. Okay, the last one doesn't have enough kids to maintain at the academy, so he runs a youth basketball program for 350 kids.
Oh, very cool.
All right, Dan Smith, Charles Stimley, and Abby Smith.
Okay. Good afternoon. Oh, really? Good afternoon. That's what I'm talking. Now you're cooking with gas. Okay, so today was pretty good, but what we're going to do is we're going to end with the beginning in mind. Kind of a backwards Stephen Covey, because 3 out of every 2 people are dyslexic. So let's quickly go around the room and have, yeah, you got that, right? Okay, so let's have everybody just super duper quickly. This isn't the time to give your dissertation. This is a time to say your name and where you're from. So that, because we got so excited up here that we forgot to do introductions around the room, and I'm so sorry. So I feel really needy on that. Christine, why don't you start the party with table 10? No. You need the microphone, see? Come on. All right, there you go.
C. Haley Cycle Curriculum Tech Training.
Thank you.
Chris Demeni, AMA 900, Oklahoma City.
Phil Lozano, Atlanta NEMC Naseo.
Tim Collard, Oklahoma City.
Alan Dalzell, FAA Academy, Oklahoma City, Section Manager of the Arts, the Environmental Section.
Darren Shattuck, AMA 413 Academy.
What is 413 in English?
Communications.
Thank you.
Kerry Olson, I am the Chicago District Operations Support Manager.
And a character.
Scott Williams, Technical Training Requirements.
Alex Sotomayor, FAA Academy, Jack of all trades, master of none.
Alan Seacrest, PSS Jacksonville, Detailed AJI.
Aldo Sella, Operations Support Manager, Oakland District Tech Ops.
Mary Thomas, MOCC, Operations Manager, and your SUPCOM representative.
Bobby Simpkins, OSM Jacksonville, Detailed AGI 2310.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Victor Rodriguez, Manager in the Operations Support Directorate.
I'm Paul Parnica. I'm the AMA 410 Branch Manager for the Academy in Oklahoma City.
Laura Schmidt, Management Services, Technical Workforce Planning.
Jim Owens, Support Group Manager with Engineering Services, CSA.
Catherine Weidman, PSS, Indianapolis District.
Darlene Benson, Executive Advisor for CSA Tech Ops.
Pat McQueen, oh no, wait, that's not me. Dean LeGrand, PSS, Washington District.
Maria James, Eastern Service Center, Administrative Services Group.
I'm Jill McCarty from the Quota Management Team.
Tom Ferrando, Frontline Manager, Portland, Oregon.
Don Taylor, AJW 135, DC.
Andre Hill, CSA Training.
Eddie Bunton, AJI 2310. Requirements. Requirements.
Dana Wolf, Manager of the Technical Support Training Division Staff, Oklahoma City.
Miranda Kendricks, Eastern Service Center, TPMO. It stands for Training Program Management Officer.
Minas Roros Technical Operations Headquarters, Internal Support Group.
Diana Alcorta, CSA Training.
Deanna Daniels, PSS out of Cleveland.
I'm Brian Nelms. I work for Engineering Services out of Atlanta. I'm currently in the engineering support group there.
Brian Edlin, Frontline Manager of Des Moines SSC, currently on detail with AJW 133, Environmental and Service Manager.
Darren Catania, Manager for Central Service Area.
Allie McDermott, ATO Employee Development.
Ed Grant, ESA Service Center.
Michael Flynn, Western Service Area, NASTEP Group A Manager, Renton, Washington, and WSA SoupCom Chair.
Dana Broach from the Civil Aerospace Medical Institute here in Oklahoma City.
Mike Rohr, Engineering Services out of Seattle, and I'm in the support group as well, the Frontline Manager for the New Hire Center.
Barbara King, Division Manager for the Training Services Support Division at the FAA Academy in Oklahoma City. We provide all the shared services and corporate services for the Academy stakeholders.
Jason Lai, PSS, Oakland District.
Even though they say we save the best things for last, I'll speak now. So from the very, very best table, I'm Alice Howard, NACO Training Team.
Amy Brummett, Quota Management.
Hi, Steve McMahon, Deputy Vice President, Safety and Technical Training.
Christy Official, PSS Indianapolis.
Once again, back by popular demand, Donna Muse, PSS, Nashua, New Hampshire, Boston District.
Todd Hoot, Office of Labor Analysis in FAA Finance and Management Staff Office. If you want to know more about what we do, just ask.
I'm Jim Marinor, out of ZLA SOC. I'm the manager out there on detail to op support.
Ryan Tribune, Program Analyst in support of technical training.
Javon Henry, in-service manager for Tech Ops headquarters for AJW 134 automation.
Joe Freiberger, I'm the en route automation section manager for the Academy here in Oklahoma City.
William Butler, NASA Operations Manager, DFW at D10 Tracon, Fort Worth, Texas, detailed as the past rep to AJI2 technical training.
John Wozniak Jr. from the program office, currently assigned to the data communications program as the operations lead.
Michael Levis, AJW1, Ops Support, Program Manager, Concept of Operations.
Rebecca Malden, I work in AJI2 in Oklahoma City, and I'm an industrial engineer.
Jack Chapman, Business Manager, Air Traffic Control Facilities and Engineering Services.
Anthony Murray, on detail with AJI 2300, Team Manager.
Brian Leffler, WSA Training.
Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Cook. I am the Acting Team Manager for AJI 2310, Technical Training, Policy, and Requirements. And I'm in Washington, D.C.
My name is Michael Eidenshank. I am the manager for the RF Principals and New Hire in Oklahoma City at the Academy.
Nancy Thompson, PSS Houston.
Peter Bobrowski, Labor Analysis Staffing Standards.
Joshua Zumsteg, Western Service Area Training.
Dean LeGrand, Washington District. Pat McQueen, AJI Technical Training.
Shelley Miller, the Acting Administrative Services Group Manager for Central Service Center.
Conley Wicker, President of PACE and AMA 400 instructor.
Brad Clark, and Service Manager for AJW 133 NAVCOM Support Team, and the biggest Nats fan in the room.
No, he didn't.
Shannon Furley, AMA 420, Branch Manager, Paul's better half, with the Automation, Power, and NAS Services.
Krista Jepson, Operations Support Manager, Anchorage, Alaska.
Ta-da. No. Robert Collins, AJI 2310.
You know what it is.
Diane Montgomery, Headquarters Quota Management Team out of California.
Joy Espiazu, Instructional Designer with the Curriculum Team.
Mac, before we take it away up here, if you could pass the mic back to our esteemed colleague, Luis Ramirez.
And now? Yes. All right. Luis Ramirez, Technical Training, Curriculum Development Group Manager, and official wall sign holder.
Roosevelt McLemore, Assistant Division Manager, Technical Operations on AMA 400.
I'm Elizabeth Doucette. I'm a manager in Tech Ops, but I'm on a temporary assignment working in AJI for technical training for training transformation.
Christine Madden, Washington, D.C., Technical Operations, Technical Training.
I think we have some colleagues in the back that would like to introduce themselves.
Celeste Fleming, Oklahoma City.
Christy Jaworski, Strategic Communications Team, Safety and Technical Training.
Anthony Shaw with Technical Training.
Kevin Lowe, AMA 24B, ATN Studio Director, Oklahoma City.
Pat Horton, Norman, Oklahoma, and we work with the Next Thought, and we're doing the live stream.
Sam Taylor, live stream operator and former RPO.
Shayna Sorrell, AJI 2150, Curriculum, Oklahoma City.
And
We have two more over here.
Ryan Sorrell, AMA 930, Central Services Branch.
I'm Carl Evans. I'm a senior video editor and working with Next Thought.
I'm Dan Smith, first-time caller, long-time listener with Tech Ops Training, the FAA Academy, Oklahoma City.
Charles Stimley, Technical Operations Training, Washington, D.C.
So there we have it. Okay, so this is what, 8 hours late, but better late than never, right? And so, hey, you guys, what a great day. Okay, here's a little quiz. Who had fun? Really? You didn't have fun? Yikes. We'll have to do better tomorrow. Okay, who made new friends? This is scientific. And virtual audience, you know, you can make friends, you can chat room, whatever. Yeah, raise your hand. We see you out there. Who ran into old friends? Oh, yeah, well, we got John raised both hands. I'm not sure what that's about. Maybe, you know, he's just super excited. Awesome. Okay. Who made some new connections today that are going to help them in their work? Who got new information today that they had not heard before? This is for bonus points. Who has interest in being involved in something that you heard about today? Oh, I love this crowd. Awesome. Awesome. Learning together was a concept that we put together, we all put together, to crowdsource our future. Dan, let's go back to your periodic chart of Tech Ops Training. I don't know if the camera crew can close up on that, but that is overwhelming. I walked in to Dan's conference room and saw that, and I was like, I think I'm having an anxiety attack. So Guys, what were your reflections from the day, and what did you take away from your leadership roles?
From my perspective, I think it's great to get the training community together, to hear your pain points as well as to hear your ideas, because at the end of the day, I think we can all agree that as resources dwindle, we have to figure out creative ways to solve our solutions together. So hopefully this is something that can continue, and we can continue to collaborate to solve the issues that we all have together.
I'll echo that sentiment. I'm just thrilled to be able to work with all of you in this room. And the way that I see it is now I have a full room of people who have asked to be a part of the future. So that's what I'm looking forward to, is all of you to help us get to where we need to be. We don't have enough resources, and training is changing by the minute, and it's going to take all of us to get that done.
I would just alter one thing and reframe what you just said, Chuck, and say is we have the resources, just none of us individually have them. But together, we got it made in the shade, and the future looks bright. So today, we started out with listening. So Steve, thanks for listening up here front with me and hearing some of the opportunities, some of the letdowns, some of the disconnects that we have. Then we went on to talk about our best first take at what a strategic way forward is, and asked for your feedback. Anybody that wants to give explicit feedback on any portion can email me personally or any of the staff. We will take your feedback. Is not only welcome and wanted, it's critical for us to be relevant. And just as a little tickler, business plan reminder for FY18, bonus points for anyone that sends us feedback today or tomorrow, because we're gonna really start baking the business plan in on Thursday here in Oklahoma City before we go home. And Steve is looking at me like, yes, Abster, yes, you are. So time is of the essence. Next, well, we took a break, which was great because there were snacks and you had an opportunity to go make some new friends and think about the way forward. Then Sean and C talked about the learning content management system. Not a system, but a software capability that gives us the ability to metadata tag things and really change the way we're able to deploy, maintain, and distribute content that's agnostic to the distribution system. Really game-changing for what's possible. And C, and it's so appropriate that C was looking at CBIs. There's just an alliteration there you can't ignore. So C let us know about the, 1,599 hours or 1,499 hours of Tech Ops CBI content. You guys are sporty, man. That's a lot. And so there's a heavy lift there, and we heard from Barbara King as kind of a guest spokesmodel. She's trying not to make eye contact right now. There we go. About SMART and how SMART and LCMS are going to work together. And SMART is that application that Sean didn't give name to, that really is the content integrator for the LCMS at the field level. Next, we had lunch, and who doesn't like to eat? So that was nice, and it was really fun to walk around the cafeteria and see how engaged everybody was and talking and really getting into the community. Then we came back from lunch, and we got the Jim and Pat show for training's Predictive Learning Analysis Network, or training plan, the integration of a whole bunch of tools that we've had, but with a graphic user interface and plan to move forward. Then, I mean, what can I say about Dean and Tom? That's from the PSS guy that said that, right? Okay, so that was really cool, where we together talked about how we can solve getting as many opportunities for quota in. And then lastly, we had Robert leading us in Appendix 5, or as I would like to say, an opportunity for an appendectomy and a cleanup. So tomorrow's got a big show. Who has any questions for us? Last questions before we start to think about filling out our cards? Anybody? Wow. You want to talk about the parking lot?
It's still there.
Thank you.
No, we there are
That's funny.
we do have parking lot items up on the board. Looking over them, we do have answers to some, but I think that it would be best if we addressed them all at the same time, probably tomorrow. There's a couple that still I need to do a little research on before we can really address them.
And they're going to come up in the discussions.
Yes, absolutely.
Dan, closing thoughts? If you don't have any, it's okay.
No, we have something in the back there.
Yeah, so we have a list of questions that have come in. We can deal with as many of them as you want. The first one, though, who do we email to volunteer?
I like that question.
Thank God you liked one of them. Crowd goes wild.
You can email myself, daniel.l.smith@faa.gov, or Chuck Stemley.
But you need to give his real email address.
Yes, Charles. Charles.
Charles.d.stimley@faa.gov.
Or Abigail.Smith. Or Abigail.Smith. I'm the only one, and probably everybody's looking at that as a blessing. And Dan and I are in a very large family, the Smiths. You might have heard of us. But we're not actually, we're related somehow, but we're not sure what. Okay, yeah, so that's first question.
Excellent. So with course number changes based on 20% revision, how can we escape from prereqs going back to 1978 changes? Colleges don't renumber courses.
That's not my question.
That is a very good question. Some of that, as we've had many discussions internally within the academy as well with our partners in AJI, looking at how we might be able to integrate course numbering, look at our course numbering policies involved to see how we might be able to alleviate the millions of course numbers that we have out there as we transition with multiple migrations of the equipment.
Okay. So I'd like to personally thank whoever sent this one in for all the acronyms. Yeah. Would it be possible to have TOMS, T-O-M-S, and managers from ART, CCS, next acronym OEPS, and the next acronym GNAS, really, people, participate in the next summit?
Yes, I understood exactly what you said, and yes.
Yeah, I'm just a writer. Okay. So if they want to participate, do they just email you to let them know?
We'll be working through Jim Mayer again with the next summit. We have some tentative dates, but there's nothing solidified just yet. But we'll work through AJW in order to get the names. And I think that after this, now that people know what it's about, they'll be much more willing to attend than this time. Much more excited.
That's our hope.
Okay. What will be the role of the instructor in the new training environment?
The new training environment really it's up in the air. Some things may be instructor-led, some things maybe not. We're looking at a lot of different ways in order to train. Do you want to add to that?
Certainly. Some of that depends on the meeting type and how we deliver. We still see with all of the distance learning type of technology involved, we can still do a lot of instructor-led training, just not with the student and the instructor together in the same room. So we still see a huge role for the instructor to participate in training in the future. And some of that also may be more of a facilitator type role as well. So it really kind of comes down to the media type and how we define that particular role for the instructor, but we don't envision the instructor going away.
We're actually, with the Centers of Excellence, they're actually doing some research for us to determine best ways of training in the future.
So we need to put centers of excellence in the parking lot because a lot of people aren't familiar with that. And I got feedback from my table group about that. I want to go back to that question, though, because I'm sitting between the Bryans, and they are just really disruptive thinkers, and I'm grateful for them to help stimulate innovation. So Chuck, Lewis, and I, and Carl, who's Chuck's air traffic equivalent in technical training, had the wonderful opportunity that Steve set up for us to hang out for half a day with the director of the Academy of DFS, and it stands for something I cannot pronounce, from Germany. Yes. So Otto Fischer, what a great name, and the guy is like the size of a human tree and the most kind, gentle, wonderful person. And he said this to us. He said, "Oh, we threw out the name instructor a long time ago because it creates a subserviency. And so all of the words we use are coach." And think about how coach feels in your brain. It's that person alongside of you. I mean, Dan, you're a coach, right? And it stimulates different synaptic energy in your brain. So I'm throwing it out there. We threw it out there for the air traffic rewrite of the policy, and I'm throwing it out to you, Tech Ops community, because everything's on the table and it's never been more important than now. More questions? Ryder?
That was funny, sorry, okay. There isn't a one-size-fits-all solution for training delivery.
Right.
One person may learn best in an instructor-led classroom setting, someone else may learn best through gaming, someone else through online. Is the way ahead to deliver one course in multiple ways to accommodate different learning styles?
That's the beauty of a learning content management system, as we talked about, or as Sean and C talked about earlier. A learning content management system gives us the transformational power to be agnostic about delivery method. Because I love whoever put that in, because one of my favorite catchphrases, and Chuck's going to roll his eyes, is, here's a pop quiz. How many sizes does one size fit, folks? It fits one size, right? Everybody else looks kind of funny in it. They're like, oh, that's a one size fits all, right? And so the opportunity that we have is we can repurpose content where we need classroom instruction. We can engage that. Where it can go on an iPad app and be a briefing item that someone signs off on, we can do that. Where it becomes a cool game that you trick someone into playing something fun and they learn a bunch of stuff, we can do that. It just opens up the world to the 21st century. So great question.
Okay, we're down to 2. The crowd goes wild. Okay, woo! Will video of the training summit be posted online?
We're going to send out links to the training summit later. So it's live right now. What these lovely people that we introduced a little bit ago who are live streaming do after this is over is make it 508 compliant. So it comes with subtitles or captions. What's the right term? Thank you, closed captioning. Glad I've got help. And then we'll send it out to all of the conference attendees and other people that, like the directors of operations and others. Feel free to share those links. They'll be available. We haven't quite figured out. We're still working with Barbara King bandwidth-wise where the right place to store it is so that it can be accessed readily.
Okay. Moving toward technology, embracing technology and implementing innovation, how will we leverage the resources we already have?
you'll notice I don't get a chair. No, let's go. No, I think we are doing that. We're doing that today. We're doing that every day. We're not throwing out everything we're doing. We're incorporating the things that work and changing the things that don't work. And we're using the people that we have, all you folks here and all you folks out there, to help us do that. So I think, is that the appropriate answer?
Well, I think
that's a good answer.
That's a true answer, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant, true.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Well,
He was a good guest spokesmodel.
Tune in tomorrow, and you'll get to learn more about where we're going in the future with training.
Yes. At what time? At 10? At 10:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And there's a live question from the audience, I think. They're pointing at Dana.
Yes, I'm Dana Wolf, manager of the Technical Training Division staff in the Academy, and had a comment or an additional information perhaps on the question that came in from the live audience about the course content revisions, or 20%, what does that represent and how do we renumber those, etc. C. Haley had a work group earlier this fiscal year, and the Academy participated in that effort. And there was a report that came out of that that I believe Greta Valentine is currently using, and about 2 weeks ago we were asked to participate in a telecom that she hosted to talk about what policies might reference. How much revision do you have to have before it constitutes a new course number? And she's looking at perhaps putting some policy or updating policy regarding that effort. So I thought that additional information might help provide the person who asked that question some information they may not be aware of.
Thank you, Dana.
So, and it's really interesting because I had written down on my note card and said, Dan, that was like the perfect parlay, is that, you know, when we think about where we are in 2017, because there were good gaming questions, there have been some just wonderful ideas about how do we leverage the systems we already have to give like a unified face to it, so people aren't cross-referencing all over the place and doing the equivalent of having 18 different manuals open, right? We're just doing that online. And so we need to think differently. We need to think disruptively. We need to innovate. And we've got all these tools at our fingertips, and we've got all the smarts to do this. Folks, we don't have a technology problem. What we have is a creativity challenge and a willingness to work together. I am so glad that we're here learning together. This is awesome. It's time to party. We have a Hawaiian theme pool party in the billiards room. And our lovely Christine and Elizabeth are in the back to give you a parting gift. On your way to dinner, we're going to convene in the billiard room at 6. Thank you all so much. Let's share some love.
Make sure you bring all your belongings with you, please, and leave your